Hello, Nick. How are you?
So we've got Giselle Day here, Alana Torrance.
Just giving you a test now. Test.
And we now have our first race of the day behind the blocks. The girls 12 years, 100 metre backstroke for event 110. We have 4 heats with heat 1 all ready to go.
Yeah, so the way this works this time around is that instead of having the fastest heat last, now they've got the fastest swimmers spread across all 4 heats in lane 4.
Yeah, so these first 3 heats are our seeded heats. So the fastest 30 athletes will be in these first 3 heats. Going lane 4, 4, 4, then 5, 5, 5 respectively.
Very nice underwater from lane 6 there.
Yeah, so it is our centre lanes with Yarulan and Zara Olawani, who are starting to pull out into the lead through this opening 50. So Zara put in a good performance last night to pick up a couple of bronze medals in both the 200 metre individual medley and the 50 freestyle.
Yeah, definitely. Zara and her sister have been performing really well lately. They've had the Victorian Open Championships not too long ago, and her sister was absolutely dominating. And Zara's also looking very strong there, about a body length ahead of everyone.
Yeah, nice relaxed tempo, looking nice and smooth, keeping those toes up nice and high. Yarulan in lane 5 is also swimming well. It's going to be a tight battle for third between Octavia Marnie and Neve Turton, and that could be all important to make the final for tonight. Really do need to finish in the top 3 to give yourself the best chance of advancing as Zara comes into the wall and touches in a 1:10.12.
Slightly over her PB there, but I'm sure she'll be going much faster tonight.
With Yarulan in second and Octavia in third. By day 4 of the meet, it's quite hard to sometimes get going in the morning.
Yeah, definitely. It's championships running across 5 days. This is pushing it now. A lot of these swimmers are swimming multiple events, not just short distance. So, you know, some might be swimming a 50, others might be swimming a 400. Some might have both. So it's all about energy management, and that's what they've been perfecting over the past 12 or so months to perform at this meet.
And obviously, for most of these athletes, this is the first time as 12-year-olds that they've gone to a meet that's lasted for 5 days. So it is a learning experience during this meet to be able to manage to get up day on day, making sure they're doing their proper recovery between races, whether that's they're eating, sleeping and cooling down and warming up properly.
Definitely.
And as Kira Jeffs, who's starting off nice and strongly in lane 4, going with her in this first 25, Matilda Clark from Surrey Park. Those two have cleared out in this opening 50 by a body length and a half over the rest of the field. We saw Kira take out both the 200 IM last night and finish second in the 50 freestyle, putting together great swims in both of those events. And she's looking to continue her strong swimming here, going out in a 33.22 ahead of Matilda, and in third place Hannah Buckman.
Yeah, very fast split there for a 12-year-old. She's pulling away from everyone, fastest by a country mile there.
Again, just doing a really good job of keeping that tempo up nice and high, keeping those toes up nice and high. Want to make sure you're working those legs, but sitting up nice and high in the water. She's looking smooth and relaxed as she comes under the flags. There's 5 metres left to swim here in Heat 2 of the 12-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke, and into touch in a time of 109.04.
There we go. Fastest seated time so far in those 2 heats.
With Matilda in second and Hannah in third.
So to get into the finals for tonight, it looks like the time might be around the 110, 113-ish time. So
far we've had 7 swimmers, 1:16.0 or faster. So 7 swimmers at that 1:16.0 or faster mark. So as we've got moving on to our third of our seeded heats, we'll see if we get another 3 swimmers faster than that mark to join them and complete the final. But I'm sure there's some others who may not have a PB quite that fast, who will be looking to challenge to sneak into an outside lane in tonight's final.
So it's interesting to me how in backstroke, as opposed to freestyle where you kick a lot, you have a lot of white water from your legs. Backstroke, not as much. It's a lot of upper body dominated stroke compared to freestyle.
It's obviously that just slight change in your body position in the water. You're still working those legs nice and strongly for most of our athletes. Yeah. Some of our 200 backstrokers might be a little bit softer on those legs, but in this 100 backstroke event, still working them nice and hard. You just sort of sit in a little bit of position in the water, so there's not as much white water, although you are working those legs nice and strong. And Zara Jeffrey, just like she did last night in the 200 IM and 50 freestyle, using her strong underwaters to push out to a nice lead. She won gold in the 50 freestyle last night and silver in the 200 metre individual medley. And is off to a good start here in this 100 backstroke. Audriana Davis in lane 3, currently in second.
Yeah, so it looks like battle there for place number 3 is pretty much up for grabs there between anyone, but Zara's all the way out in front.
Yeah, so Zara turns through in a 34.63, head of Adriana, with Madeline Harvey in third. So those top 3 have started to clear out from the rest of the field. Also swimming well in lane 8 from Surrey Park is Ella Yap. So we know that currently we've had 7 swimmers at that 1:16.0 or faster. So these top 3 swimmers will be looking to put poster time faster than that to help guarantee themselves a spot in the final. But Ella Yap might not be too far away from giving that a challenge as well.
Yeah, Madeline there in lane 5 is slightly in front of the lane 3 swimmer, Zara, 1:11.61. Madeline in second and Adriana in third.
And it does look like our top 3 swimmers from that heat, Zara, Madeline and Audriana, all under that 1:16 mark, and they will complete our final. So it does look like you needed a 1:16.0 to put yourself in the top 10. We still have this final heat to go of our non-seeded athletes. So this is our 4th and final heat. This is our athletes who were seeded somewhere between 31st and 39th, who are looking to try and crack that 120 barrier for the first time. They all have entry times between 121.8 and 122.5.
Yeah, so just as you're saying, like most of these heats are, the gap between the fastest and the slowest is quite a number of few seconds, but in this one, I think it's only like a second.
Yeah, because obviously in the first 3 of our seeded heats, they were spread equally between 1st and 30th in each heat, so that's why there was a bit more of a range, whereas this one is at 31st to 39th. So it's a nice tight battle here for our 12-year-old girls in this 100 backstroke in heat 4. Starting off nicely in lane 5 is Nicole Lee from Lavin and Wyndham. Also putting in good first 25 together is Lucy Reed and Madison Brown. So Madison Brown in lane 0. Looks like she's going to be our leader through this first 50 with Nicole Lee as they turn through at the 50-metre mark. And it is Madison who leads at 37.82, ahead of Nicole, within third place, Taylor Dixon. So as we expected, nice and tight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you wouldn't usually expect a lane 0 to win a heat, but it looks like Madison Brown's there, got a very good control tempo. In backstroke, you want to make sure you're not spinning your arms so you don't get tired too fast, but you also want to make sure you're catching water.
Yeah, it's really important that we're holding the water in all our strokes, and that making a fast tempo, but making sure you're gripping the water and holding onto it, because that's going to help you propel yourself through the water.
Definitely. Looks like Madison, there's a clear win for her right there. Her stated times are 1:22. She touches in 1:18.
So Madison's going to jump well up the rankings with that great swim there, taking off 4 seconds from her personal best.
Over 100 metres, that is huge.
Yeah, we had a number of personal bests from that last heat, so congratulations to our girls in Heat 4. As we now move on to event 111, the boys 12 years 100-metre backstroke.
So we've also got 4 heats of the boys.
So for our boys 12 years, our Victorian record stands at a 59.59, set back in 2010 by Nicholas Gronwaltz. Very fast swim there by Nicholas back in 2010. Be very impressed if any of the boys managed to get within 5 or 6 seconds of that.
Strong start there from lane 3, Gabriel Wong. Tempo's a little high there at the moment. Let's see if he can hold that tempo all the way throughout.
He's been putting together some really good swims this week, as well as Alfred Hang in lane 4, as those two are first and second through this first 50, and sitting in third place is Fraser Nagel.
Alfred Hand there catching up on Gabriel.
Yeah, so Alfred does lead through this first 50 to 34.75, ahead of Gabriel, with Fraser in third. And Alfred has probably been able to maintain his fast tempo a little bit better than Gabriel here through this 100, and as he's now starting to extend away. We saw Gabriel really fast tempo in that first 50, hasn't been quite able to maintain it, whereas Alfred has kept his rhythm nice and consistent through this whole 100.
Yeah, he's still looking fairly strong though, but Alfred there has been holding it for the whole 100. He's had a control tempo, good kick, good finish. 1:11's his time. Slightly over his seated 1:10.9, but I'm sure he'll be going much faster tonight.
So with Gabriel in second and Fraser in third. So again, some of the athletes in the centre of the pool might be more working towards making sure they're in the final tonight, whereas other athletes will be trying to post their best time, as this might be their only swim in this 100 backstroke event. So the top 10 athletes across all 4 of the heats will qualify for tonight's final. So with Alfred, 1:11.13 there, he'll be safely through to tonight's final as Heat 2 get ready behind the blocks.
So we've got 3 MLC swimmers here in lanes 6, 7 and 8. We've got very close PBs.
Brilliant use of the Hawkeye technology on those cameras off that start there.
Yeah.
Hawkeye is providing our backup timekeeping as well as our video review system for our officials. World first technology. Starting off really strongly in lane 2 is Lewis Kritzberger, our visitor from North Albury. And now the middle of the pool starts to make their way through, with Lewis being joined by Benjamin, Aiden, Liam, as those 4 are across the pool as they head into this first turn.
Yeah, it looks almost inseparable between these 3 boys in the middle. 35 is the touching time for all of them, pretty much.
A strong turn there by Liam Paulson has extended his lead, and he's used that to continue in this second 50 and open up almost a body length in this third 25.
Yeah, in this last 50 of 100, it's, everyone can sprint the first 50, but it's what you do in the second one and back end that either makes it or breaks it. And it looks like Liam there's looking very strong. He's keeping his tempo.
Yeah, nice strong swim here by Liam, and he's going to take Heat 2 out in a time of 1:12. We'll wait for the Hawkeye technology to provide us the actual final time, with Aiden in second and Benjamin in third. Yeah, so we'll get Paul's time. Will come up on the Meet Mobile app once the technical officials have reviewed the Hawkeye technology, and the cameras are synced time-wise, so they'll be able to work out his final time. Means that we don't have to have our volunteer backup timekeepers, which is a great addition. Keeps the pool deck nice and clear and doesn't put as much stress on all those families who are having to help out at all these swimming competitions. As we now have heat 3 entering the water. So this is our third of our seeded heats.
Yeah, so watch out for Harry McCraw there in lane 4. He's had a fantastic weekend. Swam the 200 fly earlier this weekend and got a gold for his age group.
And you could see off that Hawkeye technology camera, and you can see all those clean entries that those boys were having on their starts and holding their nice tight streamlines underwater, with Harry McCraw doing the best job and pulling out to a body length lead after that first 25 metres. Harry was on fire last night, really strong swim in the 200 metre individual medley, about 15 metres clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, he was about a body length clear at the 25 metre mark. He's on fire right now, touches in 33.2. His seeded times are 1:14, so I'm sure he'll be going much quicker this morning.
It's McConnell in second and Tom Hussey in third. But also swimming well in lane 7 is Titus Tang. Titus has had a really good meet here, and he's going to challenge for that third place in this heat. He's now moved ahead of Tom Hussey. But it is all Harry McCraw here in heat 3. And it looks like he might post the fastest time of the morning so far as he comes into the wall and touches in a time of 1:10.02.
It's a huge PB for him, 4 seconds. And McConnell there in second and Titus in third.
So, just like the girls, it looks like you need a 1:16.0 to qualify so far for the top 10. I think 10th stands at a 1:16.01. So the girls won that battle, I think, in the so the girls were 1:16.00, the boys were 1:16.01. But we still have 3 athletes remaining here or 2 athletes are in the water, Kepler and Jordan, for this final heat. We'll see if they can post a personal best here in heat 4. And there's Jordan Silver, who gets the best of the starts there and pulls out to half a body length lead through that first 15 metres after using those strong underwaters.
Yeah, his kick's looking strong there. Not as much kick there from lane 4.
No.
I wonder what his strategy is.
So Kepler looks a bit more like, that's how you sort of see Mitch Larkin with his feet in his backstroke events. A little bit more just a supporting and balancing act. But he's a nice, strong second 25 from Kepler, and he's pulled up alongside Jordan, and he'll actually turn first in the 38.13, with Jordan sitting in second. So great race between our two boys here in heat 4, going stroke for stroke. Jordan pulled back alongside Kepler after the turn, but Kepler's now starting to extend his lead here through this third 25.
Yeah, both of these boys' seeded times are 1:21, so got about 25 metres left. Yeah, I think Kepler's got this one.
We're seeing Kepler's sister, Zali, putting some great swims together this meet, and Kepler himself is doing the same thing here as he comes into touch in a 1:18.59, taking off a huge chunk off his personal best.
1:22 there for Jordan. Yeah, as you said, most of these swimmers will be racing for the first time. I think at States in general, let alone at a competition, let alone States. So, I mean, just any racing for these swimmers at such a high level is a good experience for them. And sort of when they age up and get to that, 14, 15, 16, that's when things start to become more clear for them. They get more comfortable in this sort of atmosphere.
Yeah, it's definitely a different experience racing in a championship meet, and something that you learn. Obviously, for those of you who've been joining us here on Kayo Freebies for the final session, the atmosphere gets louder and louder,
Definitely.
And it's a learning experience.
So coming up now, we've got event 112, the girls 13-year-olds 200-meter backstroke. We've got 3 heats this morning. This is the first heat.
So we've seen Olivia Holmes put together a great swim last night in her 200-meter individual medley to take out the state title. And she used that backstroke leg to pull away from the rest of the field. So expect her to put together a good swim here in this 200-meter backstroke. Our Victorian record stands at a 2:20.43, set by Nicole Livingston. Nicole, I will say the year it was set. It was back in 1985.
It's a long time ago. And leading us there was Olivia Holmes in lane 4.
With
4.6.
With Jacinta in second and Mia Mithford in third.
Yeah, given some of the boys there in the previous event were at a 33 split at the 50-meter mark, the girls here are going 34 for a 200 race. So I think this is going to be pretty quick. Her times are 2:33, fastest by 4 seconds across the field. So
that extra year of experience that these athletes have. So we've moved from our 12-year-old age group up to our 13-year-old age group now. Moved from that 100 to our 200 backstroke as Olivia moves through the 100 turn in a 1:12.54, with Jacinta in second and Mia maintaining third place. So we can see that Olivia's doing a really good job of just keeping that tempo nice and high. You can see the toes coming up on each kick she's doing. I reckon she could work slightly on trying to keep those hips up a little bit higher, and maybe we'll see that when she tries to pick up the speed a little bit in the last 50. That's the challenge when you're not going flat out, maintaining that good body position in the water.
definitely minimising drag is also an important thing for those long distance events.
So our top 3 remain the same through the 150, with Olivia leading Jacinta, who leads Mia.
Good underwater there from lane 6 and 7.
So as Olivia has increased her tempo slightly in this last 50, suddenly she is sitting up higher in the water again, maintaining the 2 body length lead over Jacinta as she comes under the false start rope with 15 metres to go here in heat 1 of the girls 13 years 200 metre breaststroke.
So coming into this last 5, her sleeve times are 2:33. She'll touch in at a 2:32. So fastest time for this morning. I'm sure she's into the final. Got Jacinta in second and Mia in third.
Yeah, so a number of years ago now, we in Victoria, and it's been followed by Australia, we've gone to swimming our fastest heats first, then the 3-seated heats going first in the heat session. And that's really encouraged the athletes to swim fast heats, because the higher levels of competition you go to, you can't afford to cruise through the heats and make the finals. Even people like Carl Chalmers, or in a 200 backstroke, our recent world record holder, Kayla McEwen, she's still swimming a fast heat to make sure she's putting herself into that semi-final or final at world and Olympic level. You can't afford to cruise in the heat session. So this fastest heat first really encourages the athletes to attack that heat, because they don't know what's coming behind them.
Definitely, yeah, for sure.
So there's Mia Roberts from South Gippsland Bass in lane 5, who had the best of the starts. A number of our South Gippsland Bass athletes have been really strong on their underwaters, so it's obviously been a focus of theirs in training. With Zali Schneider and Mia Bates now moving through. So those 3 will turn together, with Zali leading in 36.14 ahead of Mia Bates, with Mia Roberts in third.
Yeah, with backstroke especially, it's important to maximise those underwaters, because it takes a whole lot of metres off swimming for the whole race. When you think about it, over the 200, you could save up potentially about 40 metres if you maximise the whole 15. So I think this is something that's overlooked by a lot of swimmers.
Yeah, and obviously at the 13-year-old age group, we wouldn't be expecting them to be dolphining out to 10, 11, 12, 13 metres off the turn. But if they can get out past the flags off every wall, that's setting themselves ahead of their competition. Because a nice strong push, it's not only the dolphin kicks off the wall, as we saw Zali do. It's that nice strong push and glide before you dolphin. That's free speed.
Definitely, for sure.
So Zali's now pulled well ahead of the rest of the field. Mia Bates sitting in second place, and a really tight battle for third.
Yeah, interesting to see a slight difference of tempo there between lane 6 and 7. Angelita there picking a slightly slower tempo with the arms and kick. Could be an energy management strategy there.
Yeah, we'll see if she's able to pick it up in that last 50. As Zali Schneiders goes through the 150-metre turn, 5 metres clear of Mia Bates in second. And now moving into third is Joanna Lowe. So remember, our top 10 athletes from this morning's heat sessions will qualify for tonight's finals based on time. So it's really important to post a nice, strong time and try and beat one extra person in your heat, because that might be the difference between getting a second swim tonight or not.
Yeah, Zali there wore well out in front of everyone else. Mia Bates in lane 3 looking equally as strong. So her time's a 2:34, touches slightly over that 2:36.
With Mia Bates touching in second. And Joanna Lowe in third.
So that's a comfortable final there for Zali.
Yeah, nice strong swim there. So we've had 4 athletes now under that 240 range. So that will be safely through to tonight's final, as we've got heat 3, our final heat behind the blocks. So 7 athletes have swum a 142.8 or faster. So that's probably round the mark that we're looking for our top 3 athletes here in this last heat to put themselves into the final tonight. Nice strong start in lane 3 from Vera Zheng. Pops up in the lead by half a body length through that strong underwaters. You saw that nice strong drive off the wall she got on her start. Held her nice long line in that streamline and worked those strong underwater dolphins.
Yeah, Lucy Doyle there fell a little bit behind of the pack there. But she's holding on to the gap, so I think she might catch up to them maybe in that third 50 or so. But leading us into this first turn, Vera Zheng, 35.6.
Yeah, nice strong opening 50 there from Vera. She's been swimming really well, both at club level and school level. She was here on Monday night for the all schools relays and put together some great relay splits for her school. And she continues to lead here in this second 50 by a body length. Ola Lola in lane 6 with a nice tight battle for third between Grace, Lucy and Madison. So Vera makes her way to the 100-metre turn here and turns through in a time of 1:16.32, ahead of Lola, with Grace Dobby in third. So Lucy Doyle, as you said, has started to
slowly reel them in.
So it's probably 2 body lengths away after the start. Has reduced the margin back to a body length as our top 4 athletes start to clear out from the rest of the field here in this third 50.
Looks like Vera's slightly losing her lead there. Lane Lola in lane 6 is, I think she might be leading us first into this third 50.
Looks like almost we're going to be 4 across the field as we go through this 150-metre turn. And will be a bit of a race down this last 50. So Vera holds on to a lead ahead of Grace, Laurel in third and Lucy in fourth. They're all turned within half a second of each other. And it is Lola who got the best of the turns and pops up in front. But now making her move is Grace Dobby in lane 4. So Grace leads with 25 metres to go, ahead of Lola, and moving into third place now Lucy Doyle. So really strong last 50 here from Grace Dobby, and she's going to come through and take the heat win out here in heat 3 in a time of 2:37.27, with Lola in second and Lucy in third.
So that's a PB there for most swimmers. Yeah, it's interesting to see how some of these swimmers, just like a month ago, wouldn't have been able to get these times just because they haven't been tapered for this meet. But so this meet's sort of the peak of the Victorian swimming. A lot of these swimmers will be finding their maximum performance at this meet. Unless they're going to nationals, they're going to extend that on to next month as well.
Really strong swim there from the last heat. We'll have 5 of those athletes who are going to qualify for tonight's final. As we move now on to event 113, the boys 13 years 200-metre backstroke. Our Victorian record is another that was set by Nicholas Gronwald back in 2011 at a 2:07.00. We've seen Luca Brown performing incredibly well this week, and he's off to a fantastic start here in lane 4, with William Goldstraw currently in second in 3. Also swimming well in lane 7 is Bosco Dew.
Yeah, very strong push off the wall there from lane 4. Luca Brown.
So Luca's well clear of the rest of the field and keeping that tempo nice and high, relaxed on those legs and looking nice and smooth. So Luca Brown has an entry time significantly faster than the rest of the field, so it's no surprise that he's pulled out a nice strong lead here. He'll be looking to put together a good heat swim to give himself a good lane for tonight's final. There is just 2 heats here in this boys 13 years 200 backstroke, and only 11 swimmers contesting the heat session. So it is a little bit of a case of make sure you beat someone if you want to race tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with 2 heats, it's you can pretty like there's about 12 or so swimmers. So if you can beat 2 swimmers, that's kind of a guaranteed final for you.
Yeah,
right
yes, yeah. So there's only 11 swimmers entered. So yeah, so it's just the one that you need to beat. As Luke is doing a really great job here, continuing to extend his lead. William Goldstraw has maintained his second place throughout this race, and now Jacob Ritchie's has moved into third.
So he's got about 25 metres left to go. His seated time's at 2:22, like you said. Jacob Rich is there, slightly out in front of Goldstraw in lane 3. I think he might get the second, but touching in first, Luca Brown, 2:23. About a second over his seated time, but
We might have to go to the Hawkeye technology there. I reckon it may have registered on his back rather than his hands, so he might be getting a backup time come through there. As our first 5 athletes have all touched the wall, and that means they'll be safely through the final, with Hamish Evans coming in a 2:43.59. So Hamish will be the one who's looking to see how Heat 2 swim, to see if that swim has done enough to get him through to tonight's final. And as our Heat 2 athletes prepare behind the blocks, I'm seeing some very happy-looking 17, 18-year-old girls walk away from getting ready for their turn of breaststroke. So I believe we're going to be jumping ahead and not having those 17, 18-year-old girls turn of breaststrokes.
very nice start there from lane 4. Good entry, good underwater. He leads by a body length after 15 metres.
Yeah, nice strong start then from Lemuel. And also swimming well in this first 50 is Ben Marilis.
Yeah, so leading us into this first turn there is Lemuel in lane 4 and Ben in lane 6.
And we have had it confirmed that the 17, 18-year-old girls 200 breaststroke has gone to a straight final, so after this heat we'll be moving along to the 17, 18-year-old boys 200 breaststroke. Liz with Lemuel and Ben still putting together a good opening 100 here in Heat 2. So Lemuel leads through in a 109.65 with Ben Marilis sitting in second and Cody Sade in third.
So this is a fast split for 13-year-olds swimming a 200 backstroke, 109.
So again, we have 11 boys who are contesting the heats this morning. So it is the aim of the game here, obviously to post a good time and work towards your personal best, but try and make sure you beat at least one competitor, and then you'll be getting a second swim tonight. As Lemuel is looking nice and relaxed as he turns through the 150 and extend his lead to a second over Ben Marilis, with Cody remaining in third.
Yeah, I think Lemuel there, the non-awarding swimmer in lane 4, he got his lead from the start. This start, the underwater, pulled away, and then Ben caught up just in the few meters following that, but they've kept their pace, they've kept their positions. He's led the whole way through. I think he's going to touch in first.
He does look like he's picked up his tempo in this last lap, just to really work in this last 50 to the wall as he comes in and touches in a time of 2:25.79 with Ben in second.
So that's a 4-second PB there.
And Cody in third. And all 5 of our athletes here in Heat 2 have done enough to put themselves into this evening's final. So good swim there from Lemuel and the rest of the boys here in Heat 2. As we now move along to event 115, the boys 17, 18, 200 metre breaststroke. We have 2 heats. Behind the blocks is Heat 1. So a bit of a Surrey Park battle here in this opening heat, with Mitchell Stewart, Isaac Ballinger, Owen Worsom in our 3 centre lanes, all from Surrey Park.
Yeah, I think the hardest 200 race is the breaststroke race out of all 4.
It is a difficult, I don't think any 200's easy, but 200 breaststroke is definitely a difficult one. That pain that you feel, not only people would expect that you're feeling the pain in your legs, but it's often those forearms that start to go in that last 50.
Definitely. So watch out for Isaac Ballinger there, city time 2:19, 6 seconds fastest than everyone.
Really strong start from Angus McLaren in lane 0 from Artemis Aquatic. He's going at a rapid rate here. I'm just wondering, either he's shown a lot of improvement, or maybe he's trying to post a time through this race, either 50 or 100 time, to try and qualify for a national championships, as he turns through in the lead there in a 31.78, ahead of Isaac, with Owen Worsom in third. And it does look like he slowed down there, Angus McLaren, drastically after the first 50, so hopefully that was enough for him to get the time that he needed.
I think some of these swimmers are better off in the first sort of portion of their race, and they'll be aiming to go max out for that, because even if they try to hold that pace in the first 50, they know they're going to lose that energy, they know they're going to lose that pace across, so they just want to make sure they get a big lead out in front. Isaac Ballinger there, 108.
Just checked that national qualifying time was a 31.46, so not quite enough there from Angus. As Isaac's looking really smooth in lane 4, keeping it long as he stretches forward between each stroke. On Worsom doing the same in lane 5, and to complete the Surrey Park trifecta at the moment, Mitchell Stewart in lane 3. So our Surrey Park boys are looking nice and smooth here in this third 50 of the boys 17-18 200 breaststroke.
Yeah, a bit of a long glide there from Ballinger. 147 still in front. So all three Surrey Park swimmers taking out first, second and third at the moment. It is looking pretty even across the rest of the field though.
Yeah, Isaac just trying to increase his tempo a little bit in this last lap, as he's comfortably in control of Heat 1 here. As he comes under the flags and into touch in a 2:25. His teammate Owen touches in second, and it will be a Surrey Park 1-2-3 with Mitchell Stewart in third. So with just 2 heats of the 17-18 boys 200 metre breaststroke, those top 4 should be feeling pretty comfortable. 5th and 6th might be worrying a little bit.
A little bit of a flinch there from lane 5. Fastest reaction across the field. Lane 1, Mateo, the MLC swimmer. So compared to the last heat, there's not a distinct advantage, or distinct lead, I should say. It's pretty even.
Yeah, obviously Isaac Ballinger was our top seed by a decent margin, whereas it's a little bit more even based on entry times here in Heat 2. But it will be Jack Morrow, who's been putting together James Morrow, who's been putting together some really good breaststroke swims lately, who leads through in a 32.94. Ahead of Braden Wilson and Sam Matheson in third.
Matheson's got a really, really long glide there. It's working out for him. James Morrow's got a slightly higher tempo.
Yeah, well, so Sam's really making sure he's staying nice and tall and tight between each stroke so he can maximise his power out of his kick and use that nice long stroke. As James is a little bit more up-tempo as you make our way through the 100-metre turn, and James leads in a 1:10.78 over Sam with Braden in third. And nice strong underwaters there from Sam. He's pulled up alongside James off that turn as we move through this third 50 now. Challenging Braden Wilson for third place in this heat now is Cameron Riccini from Geelong. So those top 4 are starting to clear out from the rest of the field here in Heat 2 as they look to guarantee themselves a spot in tonight's final.
So Matheson there, 149, leads us into the last 50.
He's using that nice long stroke to maintain his rhythm, maintain his tempo. And he has looked unchanged really since the start of this race here, holding that long body position between every stroke. With James Morrow maintaining second, when Cameron Riccini now moving into third.
So 2:25s is Sam's best time here. 2:28's his time. Morrow in second and Cameron in third. So now we move on to the girls 16-year-olds 200-metre freestyle. We've got 5 heats this morning.
Our top 6 athletes there in Heat 2 did qualify for the final, with our first 4 in that first heat making it through for the 17-year, 18-year-old boys. So we saw Giselle Davey take out the 100-metre butterfly title last night, and she's using those strong underwater dolphins to pop up in the lead, as well as Amelie Vulik. And going nice and strongly in lane 1 is Georgia King. I would say Georgia must be chasing a time here, and she's really attacking this first 50 and comes into touch well ahead of the rest of the field. So I reckon she might be chasing a 100-metre time. She has improved a lot, Georgia, but this is a very fast start for a 200 freestyle.
Definitely, I think she's
Giselle sitting in second.
Different strategy than the rest of the field.
So that 16-year-old girl's 100-metre freestyle national qualifying time sits at 1:00.48. We'll see if that's what Georgia's target was. It was, but not quite fast enough. It is now Giselle Davey who takes over the lead, with Amelie Vulik, Amrita Subramania and Tali Gann all battling for second. Obviously, the fact that Georgia didn't get her time and she's now hopped out of the pool, that time no longer counts. You do have to complete the race for the time to be legal. So she probably realised that, didn't hit her time that she wanted to, and was happy to hop out, as Giselle's now 5 metres clear of the rest of the field, with Amrita moving into second and Tali in third.
So 2:03 is Giselle's seater time. Way ahead of field there. She's had a really strong meet. She's also had a very strong Victorian Open Championships about a month ago.
So she's going to comfortably take out heat 1 here of the girls 16 years 200-metre freestyle, and she comes into touch in a time of 2:09.23, with Amrita in second and Tali in third.
And coming into the wall is Kira Stevens, Melbourne Swimming Club swimmer, 2:29. I wonder if some of these swimmers have also done a similar thing to Georgia's done. Enter multiple distances, say the 50, 100 and 200, just so they can have more chances at qualifying for nationals.
And I would have thought a lot of them would be targeting their multiple national qualifying times, but obviously Georgia there decided that 200 freestyle wasn't to her liking, and there was a better chance of getting a 100 freestyle time, so she gave it a crack there. As we now move along to heat 2, where we have Mackenzie Hunter and Alana Torrance, the MLC teammates, resuming battle once again.
Torrance had a really good 200 breaststroke earlier this meet. It's 200 freestyle. She's a mid-distance swimmer.
With, again, once again, as per usual, Andrea Tolentino getting off to the best of the starts. And now, as we settle into our rhythm, Alana Torrance has moved just clear of the rest of the field here in lane 4 in this second heat of the girls' 16 years 200-metre freestyle. And she turns through first in 29.94, with Andrea in second and Mackenzie Hunter in third.
For a 200 race, it is looking quite even across the field. Lane 4 ever so slightly in front, Alana Torrance.
So Alana Torrance does have a personal best, significantly faster than the rest of the field, similar to in the first heat with Giselle Davey. So Alana will just making sure she's doing a good job here and trying to put herself in a position to take this heat out and can maybe conserve a little bit of energy before tonight's finals. We see them go through this 100-metre turn using our Hawkeye cameras, which are providing our technology backup for the timekeeping and our officials to provide video review. So Alana continues to lead. Mackenzie Hunter's now moved into second place, so it's an MLC 1-2. with Andrea Tolentino remaining in third.
Yeah, Lana Torrance has been leading from the start. She's still leading coming into this 450. Lane 3, Hunter McKenzie, though. Very strong. She's also from MLC. So they'll be training partners. You can see Alana breathing towards lane 3 there, making sure that she gets her spot into the final.
Yeah, we know that Mackenzie's strong at those longer distance events, so we know she'll finish strongly, and it will be MLC 1 and 2 here in Heat 2. As they got 15 metres left to swim, Andrea Tolentino has put together a good swim as well and will come in third, but it is Alana Torrance who takes out in a 2:11.18. So strong there, swim there from Alana. Did what she needed to do to take out Heat 2. As we move along to Heat 3. So we've had 8 swimmers at 2:13.59 or faster. So again, our swimmers here in Heat 3, if they're wanting to progress to tonight's final, will want to position themselves in the first couple of places and be swimming sub 2:13. And it is Greta Seville, who swam a really good 400 freestyle last night to take out the state title, whose leads through this first 50 in a 30.12. With Layla Mahfouz in second and Kate Middleton in third.
Yeah, 200 races. So for some swimmers, it's sort of yeah, it's 200 races is an interesting race. Some swimmers decide to do it the gallop way. Some find a gallop comfortable rhythm. Others sort of sprint the first 100 and keep the pace for the second.
Yeah, really, the fastest tactic, although you might think of it in a different way, is that first 100 is going to be somewhere approximately 2 seconds over their 50-metre PB, and then 50 number 2, 3 and 4 are all going to be the same speed, another couple of seconds slower. So you might think of it differently in your mind, but it does seem to be the fastest way to swim these 200 freestyles. Seems to be a nice strong first 50 and then matching up 52, 3 and 4.
Yeah, Greta Saville there leading from start to finish. Layla in second and Kate Middleton in third. Although it looks like Kate might be getting the second place there.
Yeah, strong swim by Kate, making sure she's trying to hold on to that second place, giving herself the best chance to progress to tonight's final as we move through with 15 metres to go. And it is Greta who leads over Kate Middleton and Layla Mahfouz. And Greta comes into touch in a time of 2:11.21. And it does look like that Layla Mahfouz did just enough there to sneak in tonight's final. So that will be Layla in third place. Finn has got the 10th fastest time so far. We do still have 2 more heats remaining. As we move into Heat 4 of our girls 16 years 200 metre freestyle. A nice strong start in lane 4 by Erica Shaw, who's been working those underwaters well in all her races.
Yeah, just as you said in this last heat, Russian lane 3, she's leading us at the first 50. She's going to go at 30.6.
Yeah, nice strong start there with out in a speed that's giving her a chance to post a nice PB. So all these swimmers here have entry times between 2:21 and 2:23. So if they can get out in that 30 point to 31 and then maintain those 35-second 50s, they'll give themselves a chance to swim a personal best.
And leading into the first turn, it's still rush there in lane 3. I wonder if underwaters really matter in those long distance events.
It's not necessarily the distance underwaters that the swimmers go, because obviously if you're going too far and you're not prepared for it, that can put you into oxygen debt, but it's how efficient you are underwater. You might only go 5 to 8 metres underwater, but it's how you do that. That nice strong push and glide, strong dolphin. So it's not the total distance, it's how fast you're able to get there.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Tallulah and Erica have pulled ahead of the rest of the field now, with Lily Gordon Govett-Page sitting in third. So these two swimmers...
Yeah, Erica's, I think she's starting to get it slightly ahead.
Yeah, these two swimmers are going to absolutely smash their entry times here as they've got 15 metres to swim and aren't going to be far away from challenging for a spot in the final tonight. They're not going to be quite fast enough, but Erica's a strong last 50 and she comes into touch in a time of 2:14.76. And she's going to jump way up the rankings from outside the top 30 to inside the top 15.
She's happy about that. That's about a 7-second PB.
So great swim there from Erica. As we move along to our 5th and final heat of event 118.
Got 3 swimmers, Alexa in 3rd, Georgina in lane 4, and Abigail in lane 5.
So nice strong start here from Georgina Mitchell in lane 4. Really attacking this first 50, all 3 of these athletes.
Yeah, her rate's looking high. It looks like it's a 100-meter race. Look at that, 31.6.
I like to see our athletes getting out nice and fast. It generally gives them the best chance to post a personal best. So they've all got entry times in the 2:23 range. So we'll see how they go against that time, with Georgina holding a body length lead over Alexa, with Abigail sitting in 3rd. So Georgina's legs have softened off a little bit in this second 50 as she turns through in a 1:07.52 ahead of Alexa, with Abigail in 3rd. So they have given themselves a chance. So that 36 seconds to 37 second 50 has given themselves a chance to swim a personal best if they can maintain that pressure through this second 100. Those legs have come back from Georgina now, and she's really working this third 50 as Alexa stays right on her feet.
Yeah, all these girls are seated at 2:23. Looks like Georgina might line up herself for a massive PB. Touches in at a 1:45.
So if they can hold that, if they can come back and around that 35, 36 seconds, they're going to knock off a couple of seconds off their personal bests. It's starting to even up here in this last 50, with Alexa moving right up alongside Georgina, with Abigail only half a body length behind in 3rd. And now it is Alexa who's taken it over the lead with 15 metres to swim. Georgina's holding on to 2nd. Abigail finishing strongly. As we go to that Hawkeye camera briefly to look at the finish, but it is Alexa who comes into touch in a time of 2:23.65, who takes out heat number 5. So good swim there from Alexa. All-pace race there in heat 5. As we move now on to event 119, the boys 16 years, 200 metre freestyle. Our Victorian age group record set in 2012 by Alexander Graham of a 149.84. Alexander Graham went on to be an Australian Dolphin and has just recently relinquished his role as one of our Dolphin captains for this new Olympic cycle. Liam Malloy, who's been swimming really well all week, is in lane 4 and off to a nice strong start here. Liam has a PB 4 seconds faster than the rest of the field, so we expect Liam to be out nice and strongly ahead of the rest of the field, and he's doing just that, turning through the first 50 in a 26.17. Cooper Sutherland in second and Daniel Chivatores in third.
Yeah, that's an insanely quick first 50, although his city time's insanely quick, 1:54. So expect him to be really out in front.
Just like he was doing in his 400 yesterday, just keeping that rhythm nice and consistent as he turns through the first 100 in a 54.98. With Daniel in second and Cooper in third. That 54.98, that's a nice first 100. He's given himself a chance, even in this heat session, to swim right on his personal best and maybe even swim underneath it. So out in 26, turning in 54, so he's sub 30 for that second 50. We'll see if he can maintain that sub 30 speed here in this third 50. He just continues to extend his lead and turns through the 150 in a 1:24.39. So again, a 29 mid for that third 50, with Daniel maintaining second place and Cooper in third. So Daniel and Cooper have got a bit of a battle on to try and get under that 2-minute mark here in this morning's heat session.
Yeah, he's led by a mile from start to finish. See the time, 1:54. So Liam touches in first.
That did look like he just sort of pulled back a little bit in that last 50 there. Still blowing hard, but I reckon there's a little bit more in that last 50 tonight. So went out to about a 30.6 in that last 50. So I reckon tonight his aim will be to keep all of those second, third and fourth 50s under that 30-second mark, and maybe even under 29 if he can. Expect Ashley Nichols to start nice and strongly as he has in lane 4, as well as Felix Dressel-De Bruin. Those two in lane 4 and 5, getting off to a strong start with Ryan Wine trying to go with them in lane 3.
Yeah, huge kick across the field. I think across those long distances you want to rely a lot on your legs as well, not just your arms. Just so you don't fatigue yourself right from the start.
Yeah, and to do that, you need to make sure you're working those legs in training. So those kick sets are really important. You can't expect to turn up to race day and suddenly have your legs work like they've never worked before.
That's right.
So all these athletes who've got these nice strong kicks will be really working this during training, strong kick sets, making sure they're always using their legs. As Ashley Nichols going to lead through the 100s in a 58.11. over Alexandra Cartel and Felix Dressel-De Bruin. So much more even heat here in Heat 2.
Yeah, that is close. It's going to get interesting. This is where the who saved up more, who saved up less, who's got a better strategy, who's going to gallop, who's going to do more kick.
And it's not necessarily who's saved up, it's who's able to maintain their speeds. As a general rule, that third 50 is the hardest one to get the pacing right of in a 200. And it does look like Ashley Nichols has done a fantastic job. The turn through in a 1:28.99. Alexandra maintaining second with Felix in third. So it's just that strong second 100. He's maintained his speed better than the rest of the field here, Ashley Nichols, and has continued to extend away as he's got 15 metres left to swim, and he's got a chance to swim under the 2-minute mark in this morning's session with a nice tight battle for second and third. But it is Ashley Nichols who comes in a 1:59.0. With Felix Jessel de Bruin in second and Rowan Wine in third. So nice, strong second 100 there from Ashley Nichols. Not out overly fast, but maintained his speed. So we'll look to see if he can drop a little bit of time tonight, as he'll be safely through to tonight's final as we move to our third and final heat of our boys 16 years 200 metre freestyle.
So to make the final tonight, I think it's a 202, roughly 203 cutoff.
Yeah, so we've had 8 boys at a 203 fast, 202.3 or faster. So it's probably going to take a 202, maybe even a 201, depending on how heat 3 goes here, to make tonight's final. In lane 3, even Ravensdale and Connor Hayes in lane 4 lead through this first 50 in 27.4s, with Tyler Norton just behind, swimming out of lane 6. Also going with Tyler is Ashton Roberts. So 3 and 4 and 6 and 7 having a bit of a battle as they've pulled clear of the rest of the field here in this opening 100.
Leading us into this first turn, 57s and 58 and 59.
So we know Connor, for his up-tempo swimming, always has a nice high stroke rate, whereas alongside him, even Ramsdale is a little bit more long and relaxed tempo as they're going stroke for stroke. With Tyler Norton and Ashton Roberts continuing their tight battle in third. Those two boys will really need to fight hard if they're wanting to make it back for tonight's final, as Connor Hayes has extended his lead through that third 50 and turned in first in a 1:28.33. Half a second clear of Ethan Ravensdale, but Ethan's responded in this last 50 and come back alongside Connor as we've got 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, they've been going head-to-head from the start.
And it is Ethan who's now pulled slightly ahead with 10 metres left to swim, as they're going to fight all the way to the wall here in Heat 3. And it is Ethan who takes down a 1:59.38 with Connor in second.
So that's a 3-second PB for Ethan. His stated was a 2:02. Goes under the 2. There's something different about going sub 2 minutes in a 200 freestyle.
Yeah, it is a bit of a magical barrier, that 2-minute barrier. So great swim there from Ethan, and those two boys will be joining 8 from the first 2 heats, as you did need that 2:02.37 to qualify for the final tonight. As we move now to event 120, the girls' 15 years 100 metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats. And Victorian record was set in 2013 by Gemma Strawn at a 1:08.90. Gemma went on to represent Australia and be an Australian Dolphin, and has been swimming really well in her breaststroke events, picking up a medal at the World Championships last year.
So fastest sea for this morning for the 100 breaststrokes are 1:14.
And Romy has pulled ahead of the field here in this opening 50 of Heat 1, as you would expect, and she turns through in a 35.02 with Jessica Wilson in second and Matilda Darcy in third. So Romy continuing to extend her lead here in this second 50. Keeping that stroke nice and long, driving forward off her legs between each kick. As Jessica Wilson's holding on second, but starting to swim strongly in this second 50 is Zoe McKenna from MLC. But it will be Romy Hurd who takes out this opening heat in a 1:15.70, with Jessica Wilson in second and Zoe McKenna in third.
I think in a 100-metre race, it's the trickiest is to make sure that yes, you know, the shins may burn, the forearms may burn in the second one, but you want to control the first 50, although you might have that temptation to just sprint it.
Need to get out fast, but relax speed in that first 50. And then in the breaststroke, as you're starting to fatigue, it's really important that you're finishing your strokes off. You're not rushing onto your next stroke before you've got that value out of your kick.
That's a good way to put it.
In lane 5, Kate Lewina getting off to the fastest start, and now making her move up alongside her is Frita Tahar in lane 4. Also swimming well is Imogen Nolan in lane 3, and those three have started to clear out from the rest of the field in here in heat 2. And is Farita, who turns through first in a 35.37, ahead of Kate with Imogen in third. So as we move through the 75-metre mark, Farita is just slowly extending her lead over Kate.
Yeah, she's got a really strong kick here.
Driving off those legs and staying tall out in front, but until she's finished that kick off, she's pulled out a body length lead and continuing to extend.
15.3, so it's a small PB for her. Kate in second, 1:17.
So we've had 7 swimmers at that 1:20.8 or faster after the opening 2 heats. So heat 3 kind of knows that you need to be around that mark and finish in the top 3 if you're wanting to progress to tonight's final. We do have India, Natasha and Amity, who all have personal bests under that 120 mark. And it is Natasha in lane 4 who gets off to the best start here in heat 3. So Natasha leads from Isabella French down this opening 50.
Yeah, so I think to get into the final, you need a sub 120 here. So leading us first is Natasha, 36.1.
With Isabella in second and Amity in third. So nice, strong swim here from Isabella French, taking it right up to Natasha Coleman. As they move through the 75-metre mark, Natasha has a slight edge over Isabella with 15 metres left to swim.
So Isabella there picked up her tempo a bit in this last 25.
So finishing strongly in lane 5. Amity's now coming up to challenge as well, but it will be Natasha who touches first in a 1:18.91 from Isabella and Amity in third. So those three under the 120 mark and safety through to tonight's final. So you did need that 120.8 to qualify for tonight's final. As we now move along to event 121, the boys 15 years 100-metre breaststroke. A Victorian record in this event was set just last year by Jacob Nimmo from Northwest Aquatic in a 1:05.07. And Nicholas Stupas has a personal best faster than the Victorian record. He's recently moved back from New South Wales and in putting together a good opening 50 here for Heat 1 of the boys' 15 years 100 breaststroke as he turns through in a 31.22 ahead of Max Hussey and Tom Earhart in third.
His rate's really fast, but he's still catching water with this rate. Interesting to see. Some swimmers are able to, there's a fine balance between spinning and breaststroke and making sure you're kicking as well, maximizing underwater. And it looks like Nicholas has got it all there.
Yeah, nice high tempo, but as he drives his hands forward, he stays tall and tight, waits for himself to finish his next kick before he moves on to his arm stroke again. As he touches in a 107.32 with Max in second and a tight battle for third with Tom holding on. As we move now along to Heat 2.
Strong start there from lanes 3 and 4.
Yes, now Thomas Sutherland in lane 4 and Lewis Chien in lane 5 has now started to pull ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's got a very good pull. Look at that. Look at his arms. I think it's stronger than his kick at this point. I think he might lead us first here. Nope, Thomas in first. Louis still in second.
And Ryan Chung in third. Really nice, strong turn there from Thomas Sutherland. He's now pulled out to a body length lead in this second 50. Lewis is keeping that high tempo going that he had in that first 50 and is maintaining his second place. But it is our propulsion athlete, Thomas Sutherland, who is going to take out Heat 2 in a nice strong time of 106.99. With Lewis in second and Ryan in third.
Yeah, so Sutherland their fastest seed going into tonight's final.
So we've got 7 swimmers there at 1:13.09 or faster as we head towards our third and final heat. So our boys in the middle of the pool will know top 3 places, and a 1:13.0 will be enough. And in lane 5, Eugene 2 has the best of the starts and is now making his way down that first 50 with his teammate Brian Zeng from Nuttawading in lane 4. Those two are just a half a body length out in front of the field, with Eugene just having a little bit of a higher tempo through this opening 50, and that's held his lead as they make their way to the turn, and Eugene turns through in a 32.68 ahead of Brian with Henry Han in third.
So it's a battle for second place. Across 4 lanes here, lanes 2, 3, 6 and 7.
It does look like the Nuttawading teammates have first and second wrapped up with a tight battle for third, and that might be the all-important spot to sneak into tonight's final as Brian Zeng uses his strong second 50 here to pull away from his teammate and come in to take this heat out in a 109.95 with Eugene in second and Joshua in third. And those top 3 athletes have done enough to progress to tonight's final, with the cut-off for the final being at that 1:13.09 mark. So Brian, Eugene and Joshua will be joining 7 other athletes in this evening's finals as we move along to event 122, the girls 14 years 100 butterfly.
So we've got 5 heats.
Just need to have the music stop before we could begin heat 1 here. Alana McDuff in lane 6 with a nice strong underwaters led through that first 15 metres. Now moving up alongside her is Sophie Jacker and Grace Cox. So those three are going stroke for stroke through the first 35 metres as Sophie Jacker now starts to move into the lead in lane 4 as she approaches the 50-metre turn. Sophie leads through in a 31.00. Sorry, Grace leads through from Sophie with Alana McDuff in thirds. Strong turn there from Grace as she's pulled out half a body length lead over Sophie in this second 50.
So Grace's city time there, 105. Sophie's city time, 106. They're going to be close, but I reckon it's a 1-2 there.
It has been a strong swim here from Grace Cox as he comes into touch in a time of 105.61 with Sophie in second. And Kira Surawira coming in for third.
So upcoming here too. Watch out for Lily Koch, who's had an amazing Victorian Open and an amazing Victorian age right now.
So definitely the support was nice and loud in that first heat. So the intensity of the spectators is definitely picking up as Lily does lead through the opening 25 from Annie Steele. Also swimming well in this opening 25, Millie Dodd in lane 2. It is Lily who's going to lead through this opening 50 in a 30.05 from Annie Steele with Georgia Hyde in third. A nice strong turn there from Lily Koch has extended her lead as she's out by 2 body length. So she's better known as a backstroker and a breaststroker, but she's putting together a really good 100 butterfly here.
Yeah, she might add butterfly to her resume.
She's looking long and relaxed, keeping that tempo going as she's got 5 metres to go here in heat 2 of the women's 14 years 100 butterfly. She touches in a swift 103.85 with Annie in second and Georgia in third.
It's a nice 2-second PB for her. It is a big feat to improve more than a second or more in a 100-metre race.
And she was starting from a pretty fast place as well. So that is a nice swim there from Lily to take out heat 2. As we move on to our third heat. And Alicia Clark from Nuttawaddy in lane 6. Out to a strong start. Also swimming well, Jessie Steinem in lane 3. Mel Pete and Rihanna Chen are starting to move up alongside our early leaders, with Jessie Steinem still holding a slight advantage as we approach this first 50-metre turn. We saw Jessie put together a really good 200-metre backstroke on night 2 of the championships to take out the state title, and she leads through here in a 31.31 over Rihanna Chen and Nell Pete in third.
Yeah, she's starting to fall a little bit behind.
So really strong second 100 here from Rihanna with 15 metres to go, maintaining that tempo all the way. Those hips are staying up nice and high.
Catch is still really looking really good as well.
as she comes into the wall and touches in a time of 105.49, with Jessie in second and Sophia Ballon in third.
Yeah, we've had a number of swimmers in this 105, 106 region. So after this next heat, it's going to be interesting to see what the potential cutoff for the final is.
It does look like that 109.6 from Alicia Clark there is currently sitting in 10th place. As we move on to Heat 4, our first of our non-seeded heats. And Caitlin in lane 1 got off to a nice start. Now moving through in lane 3 and 4, Josephine and Layla. So it looks like the far side of the pool is where the action is at, with lane 1, 2, 3 and 4 having a nice tight battle here. And it does look like Layla is going to lead just ahead of Josephine through this first turn in a 32.52.
Finished on a short stroke there, Layla in lane 4. Still in front though.
She was able to maintain that speed through the turn. Josephine's starting to make her way back up alongside Layla through the 75-metre mark. Those two are going head-to-head in here in Heat 4. Josephine's starting to now pull away in this final 25 metres. But Layla's responding and not letting her get ahead, and it's all going to be a matter of timing on this finish, who can get their full stroke on the wall. And it is Layla who touches first in a 111.35, Josephine in second, and Asher in third. So nice strong swim there from Layla and Josephine to take a few seconds off their personal bests.
It's another 2-second PB for these swimmers.
As we now move on to our fifth and final heat.
Yeah, in breaststroke and butterfly, you really want to finish on a full stroke at the turn and the finish. It helps a lot.
It allows you to carry so much more speed through your turn, and obviously it's much faster on that finish if you can land on a full stroke rather than either having to take a short stroke or glide into the wall.
Sure.
April Downing is a late addition to this heat, trying to work out where she may have come from.
So leading into this turn, full stroke, April Downing, 32.7.
So she leads this Heat 5 of the girls' 14 years 100-metre butterfly, and is maintaining her lead. So, no, that April Downing was maintaining her speed in lane 6, holding off a slight lead, but here comes both Elliott and GU have moved past her with 5 metres to go, and it does look like if Elliott can get her hands on the wall, she will take out this heat in a 113.27. Nice tight battle there in Heat 5 of event 122, the girls' 14 years 100-metre butterfly. We now move to event 123, the boys' 14 years 100-metre butterfly. Our Victorian age group record stands at a swift 56.61, set in 2016 by Oliver Nash. So we've seen Toby Callahan been putting some good performances this week, as well as Tharwin. And those two lead through the first 15 metres in lane 4 and 5. So Toby's extended his lead once the swimming portion of this butterfly race has commenced, and is out to almost a body length lead in this opening 50.
Yeah, he's out strong. Very fast. He's going to finish. Ooh, look at that. Full stroke. Good underwater as well from him.
Yeah, getting out to that 10-metre mark underwater and continuing to extend his lead now once he emerges from that underwater phase as he moves through the 75-metre mark. Nice tight battle for second Within lane 7, Miller, Nihil, currently holding it, but the moves are coming on his inside. Will he be able to hold on to second in this final 10 metres? But it is all Toby Callahan here in Heat 1 as he comes into touch in 1:00:14. So close to breaking that magical minute mark, with Dion finishing in second and Miller in third. So a nice strong swim there from Toby, taking off a second off his personal best and going very close to that breaking the minute. So he'll get another chance at that tonight to see if he can go sub-minute for the first time in the 100 butterfly. So Henry Allen in lane 4 and Max Magini lead through this first 25, with Henry just starting to pull away a little bit in the second 25 of this first 50.
Butterfly is one of those races where you definitely can't spin, or else you'll be tired by the end of the first 50, not even third 25.
So Henry led through the first 50, but all three of these boys emerged from their underwaters together, and a really strong second 50 from Harry Heath has pulled him clear now of Max McGinney. But it is Harry Heath's second 50 who is now almost 3/4 of the length clear as he comes underneath the flags and will take Heat 2 out in a nice swim of a 1:01.80, with Max in second and Jack Darling in third.
Harry had a really, really strong kick. As opposed to other sports, say, I think swimming is sort of where each stroke and each rhythm is sort of what works for you. There's no right or wrong.
No, there's a few fundamentals that you need to work with. Your body position in the water and your catch on the water. But obviously everyone's a different size and shape. So how you sit in the water is going to be different from the next person. So you need to work out what works best for you. As Adonis in lane 8 is getting off to a nice strong start here in Heat 3. We've currently had 7 boys at a 1:04.82 or faster, as Adonis leads through in a 29.16. So that 1:04.8 mark, you're going to need to be underneath that and in the top couple here to give yourself a chance for tonight's final. As moving through from DV in lane 5 is Riley Hodgkins in this second 50. So Riley has taken over the lead here in Heat 3 as he moves underneath the flags and will take it out in a time of 1:02.90. Adonis holds on for second, with Xavier in third.
All right, we move on to Heat 4. I think the cut-off time is looking at around about 1:05.
1:04.7, I believe, is sitting in 10th place at the moment. As Heat 4 are in the water now. Nice even start across the field here, with Kevin Huang getting off to a nice start. But in lane 0, it's Oliver Kingston from Seymour and District who leads through the 35-metre mark.
Yeah, lane 0 out here, Oliver Kingston.
He does lead through this first 50 in a 30.24 ahead of Yarn, and in third place Jack Green. So we're spread all the way across the pool here between lane 0 and lane 8. And it is a strong second 50 by Jack Green, and he's now taken over the lead with 25 metres to swim.
So his city times are 1:10. I reckon he might be able to beat that this morning.
Yes, really nice strong swim here from Jack Green as he comes underneath the flags, and he's going to take heat 4 out in a nice strong time of 1:07.41. That was a fantastic swim and is going to push him well and truly up the rankings. Taking off 3 seconds from his personal best time. As we move on to our 5th and final heat.
So 3 swimmers here. Rush in lane 3, Jang in lane 4, and Kwab in lane 5.
Again, once again, a nice even start from our swimmers here in heat 5. With Raphael Rush just starting to extend ahead of the others as we move through the first 35 metres. Raphael swims out of the Geelong Sharks Swimming Club and is almost a body clear as we head towards this first turn, and Raphael turns through in a 31.21.
Yeah, his race the fastest out of the other 2 boys. He's got a nice lead though. Although lane 6 is starting to pick up pace. Good, very good kick there.
It does look like Caden has now come up alongside Raphael and is going to pass him with 15 metres left to swim. So well-paced swim from Caden as he comes under that false start rope, moves towards the final 5 metres, keeping his tempo going nice and strong as he comes into touch and take out heat 5 in a 1:08.06, taking off 1.5 seconds from his entry time. So well done, Caden, there in heat 5. As we now move along to event 126, the girls' 12 years 200-metre breaststroke. Our Victorian age group record stands at 2:36.42, set back in 2010 by Carleen Percher. It's a very impressive swim for a 12-year-old. Carleen holds a few of those younger age group breaststroke records. So we have 3 heats here in our 200 breaststroke for our 12-year-old girls. And there's Leona Low-Hermans from Nuttawading, who is our fastest seeded athlete, who is pulling ahead here in heat 1. She is the only swimmer in this heat who has been under the magical 3-minute mark in breaststroke so far, with an entry time of 2:54.8, and is looking to establish her dominance on this field through this first 50 as she turns through in a 38.95, with Ruby Wallace in second and Yang Yan in third.
Yeah, so I mean, for second place here, very, very even here. Although it looks like lane 5 slightly out in front.
Yeah, so Ruby is maintaining her hold on second place, just half a body length ahead of that tight battle for third. But is Leona, who's well clear of the rest of the field, as we expected in this heat session of this women's 12 years 200-metre breaststroke. So Leona works her way through this first 100 in a 1:24.19. So 34-second 50. With Ruby in second.
Yeah, so Leona might be on track for about a 1 second to 2 second PB here.
So nice strong swim from Ruby Wallace as she maintains her body length lead over that tight battle for third, with Macy and Ruby in lane 6 and 7 having a slight edge over Yang Yang in lane 3. But it is Leona who continues to extend her lead, keeping that stroke nice and long as she squeezes tall between each stroke before she gets onto that next pull. She turns through the 150, 7 metres clear of Ruby Wallace in second. A nice strong split stroke there, getting her feet past the flags off the wall from Leona as Ruby makes her turn, with Macy now moving into third and Yang Yang in fourth.
Yeah, I think Leona's got this one in the bag. She'll be into tonight's final.
Yeah, she's been able to maintain that tempo, getting a little bit tired now as she's rushing onto her pull just a little bit earlier than she was before. She's trying to increase that tempo in this last 50 to maintain her speed. And she comes underneath the flags with 5 metres to go. It's not going to be a personal best time, but it's still going to be a nice swim nonetheless of 2:59.72 as she takes out heat 1, with Ruby Wallace finishing in second.
Ruby Cullen in third.
So nice strong swim there from Leona. In heat 1, with the 2 Rubies taking second and third. So we saw Zara Olawani up earlier in the 100 backstroke today.
Yeah, she won her heat into tonight's final. She's fastest in this heat. 2:57 is her time.
So she's a nicely rounded young athlete, which is what we want to see at this younger age. We should see all our athletes tackling all the different events, because as they grow and develop, what is their best events changes. So if you pigeonhole yourself too early, it might mean you miss out on a chance for something that you end up being better at later on.
So into the first turn here, Zara 38.
So nice strong opening 50 there from Zara as she leads ahead of Ariana, and in third place Lily. So we can see that Zara is trying to focus on keeping that distance in her stroke, keeping her arms stretched out nice and tall until she feels her feet come together between every kick as she's driving forward, remaining in that long position between each stroke.
Yeah, she's doing exactly like what you said earlier. She's extracting the value from each stroke rather than just spinning. So
she makes her way through the 100-metre turn here in a 1:24.40, with Adriana leading her Nuttawading teammate Lily for battle of second and third. Within fourth place, another swimmer from Nuttawading. So Nuttawading holding down second, third and fourth, but it is all Zara Olawani out in front from DVE. As you can see, her arms stay nice and tight out the front until she finishes that kick off. It's really important for our breaststrokers to make sure there's as least resistance when they're doing their kick as possible. So yeah, those arms need to be stretched out together, squeezing tall, so that you can get as much value out of your kick as possible. As Zara moves through her last turn, still getting out past the feet past the flags off that last split stroke, with Adriana in second and Jess now moving into third. But Zara Olawani has a lead of 10 metres into this final 50. And she's maintained this same rhythm for the entire 200s.
yeah, it's all about picking a pace right from the start and making sure that you can hold it all the way to the end. It's easier to hold a pace than it is to hold and then get faster slightly, or maybe get slower as well.
As we're just getting a great look at her finishing that kick off before she starts her next arm strokes, as she moves underneath the flags and takes heat 2 out in a nice time of 2:58.06. With a tight battle for second, with Jess swimming nice strong second 100 and does get the touch ahead of her teammates.
So a very good result there across the field. Again, a lot of these swimmers will just be racking up experience at this time in their swimming careers.
Yeah, no matter where you place as a 12-year-old, it is all a learning journey. Although it's obviously nice to do well when you're 12. Yeah, obviously it's nice to do well when you're 12. But ultimately, if you want to have success in this sport, and success comes in many forms, it doesn't necessarily always relate to your performance, you do need to remain in the sport for a lot longer than you are when you're 12. So every swimmer here is sort of tackling their own personal challenge as Sophie leads through this first 50 in a 41.66 ahead of Anastasia and Lucy. So Sophie's
got a very similar rhythm there to Zara in the previous heat.
Yeah, you can see her. She's really finishing that kick off, holding those arms tall and tight before she moves on to her next arm stroke. So she's getting that full value out of her kick, really squeezing between every kick. And she's now pulling out to a 5-metre lead over the rest of the field. She works her way to this 100-metre turn, and she turns through in a 1:28.36. With Anastasia still holding on to second, just ahead of Lucy.
Very nice mid stroke there from that camera.
Yeah, so not only is our Hawkeye technology providing the backup timing system and the option for the officials to do some video review, but it also provides us with some fantastic camera angles here for our stream on Kayo Freebies. And we're excited to have you all with us here on Kayo this morning for day 4 of the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. As Sophie makes her way through the 150-metre mark, maintaining that 5-metre lead over Lucy, who's now moved into second place ahead of Anastasia in third.
Sophie's led from start to finish. She'll be into the final tonight. Her seeded time is a 3:05.
And again, as we saw in that second 50, we can still see Sophie finish that kick-off, squeezing tall and tight, staying long and stretched out with her arms before she starts her next stroke. So she's getting full value out of her kick. So she's being efficient as well as powerful. And when you combine those two together, it results in a nice swim. And Sophie's done a fantastic job here, and she comes into touch in a time of 3:04.78.
Yeah, nice 1 second PB for her. She'll be happy about that. Lucy in second, and it looks like Anastasia in third.
And it does look like you needed a 2:12.12 to qualify for the 12-year-old girls 200-metre breaststroke final. So a 2:12.12, I believe, is sitting in 10th position after our 3 heats this morning. We now move on to from our least experienced athletes to our most experienced athletes with the event 128 girls 17-18 100-metre butterfly. Nice start from Holly Neville in lane 5, and she leads with Uni Kim through the 25-metre mark. Jessica Proudlock in lane 2 has been getting off to a great start in all of her races, and she's done that. She's holding down third place out in lane 2.
Uni Kim there, 28. Her seeded time is a 1:01, fastest by 3 seconds from the other field, so expect her to give herself a very nice lead.
And Uni is doing a fantastic job here through that 75-metre mark as she leads by 2 body lengths over Holly Neville. So Uni just continues to extend away here and takes this opening heat out in a 102.44 with Holly in second and Arwen in third. So nice strong swim there from Uni. As we move along to heat 2. I think we just was waiting for the official results to be confirmed. The referees seem to be happy now as we now move along to heat 2. So expect Shanna Shepherd to use those strong underwater dolphins off the start as she does and pops up in the lead. Also swimming strongly is Paige Holt through that first 25. Sienna has a slight lead over Chloe Millard of 3/4 of body length, but it's a nice tight battle for second here in heat 2. So it is Sienna who leads through a little bit close and short on that wall in a 29.86 ahead of Chloe Millard and Paige Holt in third.
Yeah, huge underwater there for her. She's really good with dolphin kicks, really good with maximising her underwater lead across the others. She's keeping her lead, starting it from start to finish. Her seated time is a 1:03.
So Sienna holding on to the lead, but now making a strong move in the last 25 metres is Nicole Briscoe, who's going to come right up alongside Sienna in this final 5 metres as they go into touch. And Nicole takes that in a 106.36.02 of a second ahead of Sienna, with Chloe Millard in third. So nice, strong second 50, especially that last 25 from Nicole Briscoe. Got her the heat win there in heat 2 as we now move on to our third and final heat. So I've had 8 swimmers at a 108.9 or faster. 6 swimmers a 107.6 or faster. So they're sort of the times that these experienced swimmers in this third and final heat may have been glancing at the scoreboard to kind of work out what they might need to qualify for the final tonight. We saw Molly Cargill up in the 200-metre butterfly last night. One of only 3 to tackle that event for our 17, 18-year-old girls. And she does lead through this opening 25. Also swimming really strongly in lane 1 is Sienna Stone from Bayside. But Molly does establish her lead in this opening 50 as we head towards the turn. And she leads through in a 30.54 ahead of Dakota Mathers, with Emma Rowe in third.
They're looking strong. Kick is looking very strong. Tempo is still holding up very high. I think it takes a lot of work and training to making sure that your back end is equally as good as your starting 50. And it looks like lane 5 is slightly getting that lead now. She's getting in front, controlling her tempo.
Yeah, Dakota Mathers is doing a fantastic job in this second 50 here as she comes in to take the heat win out in a 106.58. with Molly in second and Sienna in third. So that time of a 1:08.94 is what you required to make it back for the final tonight for our 17, 18-year-old girls in the 100 butterfly. As we now move along to event 129, the boys 17, 18, 100-metre butterfly. A Victorian record stands at a 52.58, set in 2018 by Matthew Temple. Matthew Temple went on to represent Australia at the 2021 Olympic Games and picked up some medals here at the World Short Course Champs in December last year. So in lane 4, it is Callum Lavelle who leads through this opening 50, just ahead of Toby McComish. Both boys turning low 26 points, with James Morrow in third.
Yeah, Toby McComish has had a very good 50 freestyle earlier this week. He clocked in at 23. So he's a very sprint-based swimmer. He's swimming this 100 fly. He's on the 53 really well. They're looking strong. Toby McComish might slowly, ever so slightly, be in first now. Oh, 56.5, Toby and Callum in second. James Morrow in third. 56. That's a 2-second PB for Toby there. That's huge gains right there.
Yeah, so 3 boys under the minute there in that opening heat. And that's probably what's around the mark of what you're going to need to be qualifying for the final. Putting a swim under the minute to give yourself that best chance to be back tonight in the final.
So heat 2 of event 129, the boys 17 to 1800 meter butterfly. Dominic Tui in lane 3 off to a great start, but also off to a great start here is lane 5, James Lewina from MLC.
Yeah, we know that Dominic's strong on those underwaters. He used them to his advantage, but James leads his MLC teammate through in a 26.53, Dominic in second, and Tyler Theodore in third. Again, Dominic used those strong underwaters to reduce the margin to his teammate, who's now starting to re-establish his lead through the swimming portion on this second 50. So with 15 metres to go, James has pulled out to a 3/4 of body length lead as he comes underneath the flags and will take heat 2 out in a time of 57.39. Dominic in second and Mitchell Stewart in third. So again, another heat where we had 3 boys under that minute mark, with Tyler Theodore just outside. So Tyler's currently sitting in 7th after our first 2 heats.
Good start there from lanes 4 and 5.
So Cameron McLeod from Surrey Park is going head-to-head with our visitor from New Zealand, Hugo Rathall. Those 2 boys have pulled out by half a body length over Alexandra Dalberg in lane 6.
26.7 there from the Surrey Park swimmer. Very good underwater as well. I reckon it's going to be a battle for first between them. Alex might be in there for second. Will he find enough space to catch up to lanes 4 and 5?
So it's neck and neck into this final 15 metres. Cameron McLeod starting to edge ahead through this second 50 and will take heat 3 out in a nice time of 58.38. with Hugo in second and Alexander in third. And it does look like Tyler Theodore's 1:00.07 is currently sitting in 10th position after those first three heats, with Cameron McLeod a Heat 3 winner. So 1:00.07 looks the time that you need to qualify for the final, unless we can have a nice strong swim here in Heat 4 or 5 from our athletes who were ranked outside the top 30 based on entry times. So we're just having our swimmers clear the water as we wait for our scoreboard to clear. It's great to have you here with us on Kayo Freebies for the Heat 4 session of the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Maybe I'm showing my age a little bit there if I think we're at the 2003 Championships. A little bit cooler than it was yesterday morning, but still a nice day here in Melbourne, as those Heat 3 times are now official as we move along to Heat 4. Expect a nice tight race here in Heat 4, with all our boys having entry times within about a second of each other's, from that 1:03.3 range to a 1:04.5. A nice strong start in lane 2, Joel Cruz.
Ned Wilson in lane 9 is also looking very strong.
So that's the action is split right across the pool here, and it is Joel who leads through ahead of Cooper, with Ned in third. A strong turn there from Joel, maintains his lead out of that turn at the 50-metre mark, and he's still leading through that the 75-metre mark, but coming strongly in lane 5 is Cooper Quaife from South Gippsland Bass, who's coming up alongside him with 15 metres to go here. Also swimming well in lane 9 is Ned Wilson, and coming strongly in lane 4 is Austin Robbins. But it will be Cooper Quaife who holds on in a time of 1:01.34, with Ned Wilson in second and Austin Robbins in third. So good swim there from Cooper from South Gippsland Bass to take out Heat 4.
Yeah, he caught up a lot, quite some space there from the Joel in lane 2. So we move on to the final heat here. So across the field, we've got about a second separating all swimmers. Angus McLaren in lane 6. Very good start here. So Angus McLaren leads us into this first 50, 28.7. We've seen him race the 200 breast.
Yeah, he tacked that first 50 in that 200 earlier today, and is doing a good job here in this 100 butterfly, maintaining his lead, but starting to work through in the middle of the pool is Xavier Purcell. They are now going stroke for stroke with 15 metres left to swim. Angus holding on to a slight lead as we approach the flags, but Xavier's coming nice and strongly, and on the wall it will be Xavier who gets the touch in a 1:02.93, just 0.1 of a second ahead of Angus, with Cam Tragakis in third.
It's a nice 2 second there for Xavier.
So we now move on to event 132, the girls' 16 years 100-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. A Victorian record stands at a 108.90, set in 2013 by Gemma Strawn. Coming up right at that 15-metre mark, Emily Vulick from Yarra Plenty Waves. In the breaststroke events, there is no 15-metre rule. You're just allowed to do that one solitary breaststroke, split stroke under the water before you emerge. That is the underwater restrictions. Madeline Horvath from Nuttawading is pulled out to a body length lead over Stephanie O'Donnell from Yarra Plenty Waves and Stephanie's teammate Emily Vulick. So Madeline's out nice and strongly in that first 50 and that 33 and continues to build upon her lead here in that second 50 from the Yarra Plenty Waves teammates. So it is all Madeline Horvath here in heat 1 of the girls' 16 years 100-metre breaststroke. And she's continuing to extend her lead throughout this race as she comes into the wall to touch in a time of 1:13.31. With Emily in second and Stephanie in third. It's a nice strong swim there from Madeline. On the far side of the pool, lots of our athletes supporting their teammates between their races, as well as our coaches. It's always a nice environment down on pool deck between each race. As our results are now from heat 1 are now being displayed as we move along to heat 2. So we saw Alana Torrance earlier in the 200 freestyle. And she leads here in heat 2 of the 100 breaststroke, ahead of Darcy Lowe Kerchevel. And also swimming well are our Ballarat Gold teammates Madeline Pearce and Ava Richardson. But Alana is maintaining a slight lead as we approach the 50-metre turn. And Alana leads through in a 36.44 ahead of Darcy, with Madeline in third. A nice strong split stroke there from Alana as she's pulled out to almost a body length lead here in heat 2, with Darcy a body length further clear of the field in second. The battle for third is nice and tight, with Sienna Matheson making a move in this second 50 to move into third ahead of Madeline Pearce. So Alana just has continued to extend her lead here in heat 2 as she comes underneath the flags and touches in a time of 1:16.26 ahead of Darcy, with Sienna in third. So not quite as fast across the board in that second heat. So currently we've had 7 swimmers under the 120 mark, 5 of them coming from that first heat, as we have heat 3 behind the blocks. So we may have up to 5 swimmers from that first heat being able to qualify for the final this evening. As heat 3 are now in the water.
Good start there from lane 8. Very high rate, very strong kick.
And she's held that lead through that opening 25, Misha Gray in lane 8. Now starting to make their way through in the middle of the pool, the Surrey Park teammates Riley Cardo and Darby Wilkes. So they're going to bring it up to Misha with 5 metres left to go in this opening 50. And it will be Riley who leads through in a 35.93 ahead of Darby with Misha in third.
Yeah, a bit of a long glide there from the 2 Surrey Park swimmers. They're still looking very strong, very controlled as well.
So
Misha Guy there starting to fall just a little bit behind.
Riley has kept that tempo up and she's been able to extend out to almost a body length lead in this second 50. Maintain that strong tempo throughout the race. Nice high tempo. She's still finishing her stroke off though before she moves on to that next stroke, as she's pulled out a body length lead over her teammate who's sitting in second place.
So it looks like it's going to be Riley Carter who takes out the win, 1:16.6. Surrey Park 1-2 and Lucy Roberts in third.
And so we have had 10 swimmers under that 120 mark here in our heats of our 16-year-old girls 100 breaststroke as we move along to our 4th and final heat. So it does look like if you swim under the minute 20, you're into the final tonight, with Riley taking out heat 3 ahead of her Surrey Park teammate with Lucy Roberts in third. So Madeline Doyle in lane 6 getting the best of the starts. Also going strongly in that opening 25 metres is Emily Stevens. So Emily Stevens has now come up alongside Madeline Doyle and moved past her as she takes over the lead here in heat 4.
So extending her lead there is Emily Stevens from Ivanhoe Aqua Power. She touches in a 38.3.
So Madeline Doyle is in second with Madison Cody in third. A nice strong start, but it'll have to be a good second 50 to challenge that sort of 120 range. But all these swimmers have entry times in the 125. With that first 50 from Emily, she's given herself every chance to swim a personal best. And she's got that body length lead over Madeline Doyle, who's moving into third place now, is Celeste Ellis from Geelong. So Celeste is coming up alongside Madeline Doyle and challenging for second, but it will be Emily Stevens who takes our 4th and final heat out as she comes into touch in a time of 1:23.49, with Celeste in second and Madeline in third.
So now we move on to event 133. The boys 16-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke. We've got only 2 heats this morning. The record was set by Will Petrick, the 1:02 2 years ago.
So just the 2 heats for the boys 16 years 100 breaststroke. So again, another event that we've had more girls swimming than boys. It does seem a little bit like more of the female athletes have returned post-COVID than the male athletes in a number of these age groups, which is great to see. Obviously, we want the boys to have all returned as well. As we are underway here in Heat 1.
Jacob Nimmer off to a good start. We've seen him dominate the 200 breaststroke. He's got the fastest seed in this 100 breaststroke. Let's see what he's got for us in this last 80 or so, this last 60 or so metres.
So he's just gradually So Jacob just gradually extended his lead through that opening 50 and has continued to just gradually pull ahead of the rest of the field, with Dominic Chan from Surrey Park currently sitting in second. So Jacobs out to a body length and a half lead over the rest of the field, and it just gradually continues to build as he keeps that tempo up nice and high as he moves underneath the flags and touches in a time of 106.77, with Felix Dressel de Bruin getting the touch for second, 0.01 of a second ahead of Dominic Chen. So with just 2 heats of action, there's plenty of opportunity to qualify for tonight's final. As we're underway here in Heat 2. So Liam Malloy, who we've seen in the freestyle events, as putting himself in contention in a breaststroke event after that start, but it is now the breaststroker of Edward Meddings, who's moved a body length clear of Andrew Tan, who's swimming in lane 3.
The timing of his kick is very nice there. He's got very good stroke timing as well. Finishes on a full stroke, 30.8. He's looking very strong. I reckon he's going to make it comfortably into the final tonight.
So he leads by a second over Andrew Tan and Liam Malloy in third. So Edward Meddings continues to extend his lead here in this second 50. Andrew Tan's comfortably in second. Jiu and Liam are battling for third place. But it is Edward Meddings who is going to take out Heat 2 as he looks nice and strong and finishes in a time of 106.72. With Andrew Tan in second and Jiu in third.
Yeah, so we've seen Nemo there in the previous heat go at 106.7 as well. It's going to be very close tonight.
So we had 6 athletes at a 111.5 in the first heat, so they will all get qualified for those 6 athletes are faster than a 111.5, and then our first 4 finishers in that second heat there will be swimming in tonight's final. As we move on to our 50-metre events, which event 134, the girls 13 years 50-metre freestyle. We have 9 heats. Our Victorian record stands at a 26.22 set in 2011 by Gemma Schlitt. Gemma went on to become an Australian Dolphin at the 2016 World Short Course Championships. So we're seeing a number of these swimmers competing across many different events and strokes, but everyone loves the 50 freestyle, which is one of the reasons we have 9 heats of it today.
Yeah, definitely one of the most popular ones. It's over before you know it. But having said that, there is very little room to make error. Once you mess up something, it's very hard to make a PB there. So it's all about execution.
Strong underwaters from Alicia Meddings in lane 7, and she leads with Elizabeth Mack through the first 15 metres. Elizabeth Mack has now taken over the lead, with Alicia maintaining her hold on second place. So those strong underwater dolphins from those 2 swimmers have paid off as they're sitting in 1 and 2 through the first 35 metres. It will be Elizabeth Mack who takes out this heat in a swift time of 27.52, with Alicia in second and Olivia Holmes in third.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's all down to the tenths and hundredths here in this 50 freestyle, so I wonder what the cutoff will be for the final.
The difference between third and fourth then was just 0.01 of a second. That could be the difference between making the final or not. More of an even start across the field here in Heat 2, with Joanna Liu in lane 4, out to a slight lead, and is gradually extending it through the first 25 metres. Trying to go with her in lane 5 is Caitlin Ord, and putting a good swim together in lane 3 is Vera Zeng.
Yeah.
Not to be discounted, though, is Isabel Barber in lane 2 as we come underneath the flags, and it is Joanna Liu who takes down 28.35, ahead of Caitlin Ord and Isabel Barber.
Yeah, we've seen Joanne Liu use the straight arm technique here. Works for some swimmers.
So Heat 3 is now in the water. And nice, strong Dolphins from Jacinta Guri in lane 5. Pops up with the lead. Lily Jones has now taken her over in lane 4. Those two are just ahead of the rest of the field through this first 25 metres. Lily Jones has slowly started to extend her lead in this second 25. Jacinta Guri holding on to second, with Zali Schneiders making a move for third. And it will be Lillian Jones who comes into touch in a 28.31. Zali Schneider in second, and Jacinta Guri in third.
Okay, we move on to Heat 4.
So that 29.31 is currently sitting in 10th place.
Yeah, and this whole field seeded times at 30, so it's going to be interesting to see who makes it into the final in this heat. Also pretty even here from this heat coming up into the first 15.
So this heat, their goal will probably be to try and crack that magical 30-second barrier for the first time. It's very even within lane 7. Lola just ahead through the first 35 metres, but also making their mark in lane 2 is Celine. Celine leads with 5 metres left to go, and we come underneath the flags, and she does hold on to take this heat out in 29.87, breaking that 30-second mark for the first time. So well done, Celine.
Yeah, she looks happy about that.
As we move now to Heat 5. Strong underwater Dolphins in lane 8 from Sorel. She leads through the first 15 metres and has got almost half a body length on the rest of the field through the 25-metre mark. They're starting to come back to her on the far side of the pool, with Zoe, Angelina and Angelita putting together a good swim, but she is going to hold on to that early lead she established after her start and come into the wall and touch in a time of 30.32, taking off 0.8 of a second from her personal best, with Angelina and in second and Zoe in third. As we now move along to Heat 6.
I guess underwaters in the 50-metre race do make a difference here.
Yeah, obviously 15 metres is a fair portion of the 50, so if you can maximise those underwaters, you're giving yourself a great chance. With Wei Lu Li in lane 9, leading through this first 25 metres here in Heat 6.
Lara Tan's also looking strong, lane 5.
As they go through that 35-metre mark, it's nice and tight, but Emma Grave in lane 7 is starting to come to the fore as we come underneath the flags, and on the touch, it is going to be Holly in lane 3 who takes down a 30.74 ahead of Wei Lu and Emma in third. As we now move along to Heat 7.
Not as much underwater there across the field compared to the previous heats, but lane 5 looks like she's starting in front.
with Scarlett Jones in lane 6 now moving through, but swimming fantastically is Heidi in lane 9. Heidi leads with 15 metres to go, ahead of, in lane 8, Jasmine Hume. So it's this side of the pool that's going to battle for the heat win here in heat 7 and come into the touch. It is Heidi who takes it out in a 30.40, smashing over a second off her time, with Jasmine in second and Scarlett in third.
So 30.4 there. That's about a second and a bit off her 50 time. It's a lot to improve for in 50 metres.
So we're underway here in heat 8. And in lane 4, it's Sophie Petrick, younger sister of Will, who's putting together a strong swim with 15 metres to go. She's pulled out by half a body length over the rest of the field and is going to take heat 8 out. A strong swim from Roxy in Emily in lane 8 is moving her into second, but it is Sophie who takes it out in a 31.37 with Emily in second and Gypsy in third. As we move now along to our 9th and final heat. Sophie's very happy with her efforts there, and rightly so. Taking off 0.3 of a second from her personal best entry time.
And it looks like we might have an additional swimmer in this heat.
With self-marshalling, it's obviously some of the swimmers need to find their way to their lanes. Sometimes we do get a little bit confused as we do so. Just look like our referee is just checking in, and we'll probably be giving her a swim there in lane 9. Maybe she was our missing Roxy from the previous heat based on her cap. So our swimmers here in heat 9 have entry times very, very close to each other, all within 0.1 of a second in that 31 high range. So we'll see if any of them can post a personal best here in our 9th and final heat. And I'm saying that it is Roxy in lane 9. We haven't got her name yet on the scoreboard, but I believe it, and she leads through this first 25.
Also
Over
very strong is
Talia. Yeah, Talia is swimming strongly in lane 6, and now moving through in lane 4 is Keely Watkins. Keely's taken over the lead with 10 metres to go and comes under the flags in front and is going to hold on to take this heat win out in a time of 31.26 ahead of Ella Mathers and Talia Shepherd.
All right, so this is the girls 13-year-old, the final heats of the girls 13-year-olds 50-meter freestyle. We move on to the boys 13-year-olds 50 freestyle. So not 9 heats this time, we've got 7. And fastest seed for this event is a 25.4.
So yeah, William Tan is in lane 4 as our fastest seeded athlete. And again, the battle is going to be on for these top 10 spots to qualify for tonight's final. Nice, strong underwaters from Lemuel, has brought himself equal with William Tan through the first 15 metres. But it is Harrison Main who leads through the 35. So Harrison Main leads from William Tan ahead of Lemuel with 15 metres to swim. It is Harrison Main who is going to take this heat out in a time of 25.94 with Will Tan in second and Lemuel in third.
You can hear him. He's very happy about that. 1 second PB for him. He's ecstatic.
Got the excitement there going for Heat 1 as we move along to Heat 2. Up first in lane 3 is William Goldstraw from Melbourne Vic Centre. He leads through the first 25 metres. Now moving up alongside him is Jacob Ritchies and Luca Brown. So the middle of the pool do look like they've got it here in Heat 2, but it is still William Goldstraw who's holding on with 15 metres to go. He's led from the start. Is he going to be able to maintain his lead all the way into the finish? And yes, he does in a 26.75. Ahead of Jacob with Luca in third.
Now, do remember that these guys are 13-year-olds swimming 26s and 27s. So, given that it's early in their swimming career, these are some fantastic swims. Heat 3.
So strong underwaters there from Bosco Dew in lane 4, and he comes up with the early lead through the first 15 metres. He's held it through the first 25. Swimming well in lane 6 is Nathan Nye, who's just ahead of the rest of the pack in second. But now coming through in lane 3 is Garen Lim. But it is all Bosco Dew here in Heat 3, and he's going to take Heat 3 out in a time of 26.60, with Nathan in second and Liam Walker in third.
So very early pop off from the dolphin kicks there from lane 8, Yash Kamungo. But very clear lead here from lane 8 as well.
It's fantastic swim from Yash. I think currently equal 10th is sitting at 27.60, so we might be on our way to a swim off. But Yash is absolutely smashing out Heat 4 here as he comes into touch in a 28.33. Taking off nearly a second from his personal best.
All right, we move on to Heat 5 now. Good start there from lane 3. Massive underwater there from lane 2. Tiger, the bayside swimmer, has a lead at the moment, but also with a very nice lead is lane 7, Rohan Larkins from Flyers Swimming Club. Very high rate. He's still out in front. And is it going to be Rohan Larkins from lane 7? No, it's Tiger from bayside, 28.61. Rohan in second. And Stephen Lee in third. So it's about a second PB there for these boys. Move on to the final 2 heats of the 50-metre freestyle. We're underwater from lane 4. Very strong kick. Kicks coming outside the water, which is nice. He's way out in front, but also looking very good is Hamish Evans there in lane 9, the MLC swimmer. I reckon Keegan in lane 4's got it in the bag, though. This race is his. He's dominated from the start to finish.
Very strong swim there from Keegan to touch in a 27.84. Not going to be quite fast enough to qualify for the final tonight, but put himself well and truly up the rankings from in the 60s to probably about 14th.
So in this heat, these swimmers are borderline 29, so let's see if they can break that magical barrier. Nice start there from lane 6. Big spinning arms, which is nice to see. Good kick, but it looks like lane 3 there with a lead. Xiao Niu from Ringwood Swimming Club.
Yeah, Zhao leads through with 15 metres to go, keeping his tempo nice and high, reducing his breathing as he comes underneath the flags and into the wall to touch in a time of 28.84, absolutely annihilating that 30-second barrier for the first time. So we've concluded our fast-paced action with our 13-year-old girls and then our 13-year-old boys in the 50 freestyles as we now move along to event 136, the girls' 15 years 200-metre freestyle. We have 7 heats, which is fantastic to see in a 200 freestyle for 15-year-olds. Our Victorian age group record stands at 2:00.57, set back in 2007 by Elise Salutsky. And getting off to the best start here in Heat 1 is our visitor from New Zealand in lane 3, Charlotte Pimenta. She's been swimming well all week.
Yeah, trick here is hold a very good 50, like you said, and then making sure that you're keeping that constant pace and constant rate of kick and rhythm there. So leading us into the first turn, lane 6, on a wanting swim at 29.5. Exceptionally fast there.
It's a nice strong start from Jessica Wilson as she leads ahead of Charlotte and Catherine Boyle in third. So Jessica has been swimming well across a number of different strokes and events so far this meet. So Jessica maintains a slight lead over Catherine Boyle, who's been swimming well in our freestyle races and is probably better suited to the slightly longer freestyle races. So it's no surprise she's starting to make a little bit of a move as we move towards our second 100. And Catherine does lead through in a 1:02.57, just ahead of Jessica. And in third place, Charlotte Pimenta from New Zealand.
So out with a clear lead there, Catherine Boyle from Melbourne Swimming Club. You can see a lot of these swimmers now are have already settled into their pace.
So Catherine has continued to extend her lead through this third 50 as she turns through in a 1:35.34. Nice strong third 50 there, and with Jessica Wilson in second and Charlotte Pimenta maintaining third. So it is all Catherine Boyle.
This battle for second though, lanes 2, 3, 4 and 6.
And that's second place through fourth place might be the difference between making the final or not, and it is Charlotte and Natasha who have taken over, with Natasha swimming a nice strong second 100 to move from further down the field all the way into second place, but it is Catherine Boyle who takes this opening heat out in a 2:07.89, with Natasha in second and Charlotte in third. It's a nice strong swim there from Catherine Boyle, taking a couple of seconds off her entry time. Is continuing her good form this meet. So in lane 8, Annabelle Jorgensen off to a nice strong start and leads through this opening 25. Just keeping that kick going really strong through this opening 50. Her teammate in lane 4, Kiara Mooney, is sitting in second, so the Cheltenham teammates will turn 1 and 2 at the 50-metre mark, with Kiara leading through in a 29.8 Those were only two swimmers under that 30-second barrier for that first 50.
So still leading out in front are the two Cheltenham swimmers, Kiara and Annabelle.
So Kiara has extended her lead out to a body length as she approaches the 100-metre turn and turns through in a 1:03.44, with Annabelle holding on to second and Eliza Houghton in third.
Yeah, Eliza there got ahead of the Cheltenham swimmer there at the turn. It looks like she's in contention for second place right now.
Sarah Cartel in lane 2 is starting to move up alongside Eliza in that battle for second, with Farita also moving through in lane 5. But it is Kiara who continues to lead by a body length over that nice tight battle for second and third. So Kiara leads with 50 metres to go by 2 seconds over Sarah, with Eliza in third. So with 25 metres left to swim, it is all Kiara. But that tight battle for second remains.
So Kiara out there 2:12, followed by Eliza and Farida. My guess will be that the finals cutoff time will be around that 2:13 mark. So 2:12 for Kiara, not quite a PB for her, but I'm sure we'll see a much quicker performance from her tonight.
So underway here in heat 3. And a strong start in lane 2 from Charlize Dicklebrook. And she leads through the opening 25. But now Brooke Briscoe is starting to move to the front of the field in lane 4. Brooke has been swimming a number of events these championships and been swimming well across the board.
So leading us here into this halfway mark, it is Judy and Brooke 1:03. You can see that they're both breathing towards each other, making sure that they're not falling too behind, making sure that they're holding with the other person. I think in this race, you sort of want to take the person as a pace setter, person next to you who's probably as fast as you, just so you can gauge where you're at in the race.
The fact that Judy Hussein Aman is out with Brooke Briscoe is a good sign, because in all her swims, she's done a really good job in the second half of her races. As you can see here, she's moved ahead of Brooke in this third 50 as they turn pretty much together with 50 metres to swim, with Gemma Holt in third. Strong turn there by Brooke Briscoe as she's pulled back into the lead ahead of Judy with 25 metres left to swim. They're going neck and neck here in heat 2. So Brooke had an entry time about 3 seconds faster than Judy, but they are swimming together through these last 10 metres and are going to come into touch and fight this heat out. On the wall, it is Brooke who touches in a 2:12.53 ahead of Judy, with Gemma in third.
And coming into the wall now is Harriet Minkin, 2:23.
Yeah, that one The 2:14.62 is currently sitting in 10th place after the first 3 heats. So 2:14.6 is what you needed to finish in the top 10, unless we see one of our athletes from outside the top 30 posting a big personal best time. So we have now moved on to our non-seeded heats with heat 4. And starting strongly in lane 7 is Emily Ortieri.
Yeah, it's looking pretty even coming into this first turn. But leading us through will be lane 5, Grace O'Malley, 31.2.
So all these swimmers had entry times 2:21 to a 2:23. So to swim that time, they've sort of posted at that 31-second first 50. If they can then swim 35 highs to 36 lows, they're giving themselves a chance to swim a personal best. As Grace continues to lead and now moving into second place is Angelina in lane 4, as those two are just a little bit clear of the rest of the field as they turn through the 100 in a 106.1, with Kira Carlin in third. So they've maintained that 35-second speed in this second 50, which is what they'll need if they're looking towards a personal best.
Yeah, Grace and Angelia there in lane 4, shadowing each other's strokes.
They're breathing towards each other, or they were for that middle 25. And sneaking in front now is Angelina as we approach the 150-metre turn. Also starting to move through in lane 1 is Isabella Osborne. So she's moved into a clear third and is starting to chase down our 2 leaders in this last 50. We know Isabel's a strong butterflyer and is putting together a good 200 freestyle here in heat 4. She's moved up alongside Angelina and Grace with 25 metres left to swim.
Grace getting ahead of Angelina there just a little bit, but looks like Osborne might actually get into first place here.
So Isabella Osborne's put together a really strong second 100 and is going to come in and take heat 4 out in a time of 2:17.80.
Her seated times are 2:22, so that's about 5 seconds off.
With Grace in second and Angelina in third. So nice strong swim there from Isabella Osborne here in heat 4. As we move now along to heat 5. Out nice and strongly in lane 0 is Jade King. She leads through that first 15 metres as we start to settle into our rhythm, with Madeline Carter in lane 2 joining Jade in the lead, and now moving in up to take over the lead through that first 30 marks is Julia Skipkovic. But Madeline has retaken the lead through that first 50 in a 31.41. So again, these swimmers have entry times 2:23 to 2:25 second range. So if we've got out now 32s or 31 highs, we can now settle into that sort of 36 second 50s, and we're looking to post some good PBs. So we'll see how they're going as they approach the 100-metre turn, with Julia now taking over first place from Madeline, and into third place Kayo in lane 5.
So it looks like lane 4 there will get the win the lead at the turn. 107's her time.
So again, at sort of 35-second second 50, as Arcia is putting together a good swim in lane 5, has moved into second place, with Madeline Carter remaining in third. So Julia has 3/4 of body length lead over Arcia as we move towards our 150-metre turn.
It looks like the top 2 swimmers there are pulling away from the non-awarding swimmer there in lane 2.
So that 36-second lap there has given themselves a chance to post that nice, strong personal best time as Julia continues to extend her lead now and is out to a body length and a half lead over the rest of the field.
So it is a battle for third place now coming into this last 15 or so metres.
But it has been a well-constructed race from Julia. Solid in that first 50 and then maintained her speed from there and taking out Heat 5 with a big personal best of 2:17.92 with Arcia in second and Jade in third. So a 6-second personal best there from Julia in Heat 5 of our 15-year-old girls 200-metre freestyle. As we now move along to Heat 6.
Strong underwater there from the Vic Centre swimmer in lane 9. But leading up to in the lead here is lane 2, Charlotte Ristich from Western Melbourne Propulsion.
Yeah, so Amelia Kennedy in lane 9 did have the best of the underwaters, but now moving through is Charlotte Mead in lane 7, and Charlotte will turn ahead of Amelia with Charlotte Rigzig in lane 2 in third. So our swimmers here in Heat 6 all have entry time somewhere between 2:25 and 2:26. So again, we're looking for some personal best swims. And Charlotte Mead from Bayside leads at the moment, with Charlotte Ritzig coming up alongside her. So the two Charlottes will lead 1 and 2 at the 100-metre turn, with Charlotte Ritzig from Propulsion turning through in a 1:06.42, with Charlotte Mead in second and Amelia Kennedy in third. Again, the speed that they've set for this opening 100 has given all these athletes a good chance to set a personal best time. Now it's this all-important third 50 about keeping that pressure on, almost feeling like it's a new race and accelerating to be able to maintain that speed. Charlotte Ritzig is now pulled out to a 2.5 body length lead over Amelia Kennedy in second, who's a body length clear of a really tight battle for third. So Charlotte will lead through this last turn by 2 seconds over Amelia Kennedy, and that tight battle for third is now being led by Isabella Richardson.
So leading from start to finish here is Charlotte in lane 2. Amelia, who's fallen back in the second 50, is now starting to make some ground and close the gap between her and Charlotte.
So Charlotte will lead with 15 metres to go from Amelia Kennedy, and now coming strongly is Madison Vivian in lane 3. But it will be Charlotte Ritzig who takes it out in a 2:19.93 ahead of Amelia, with Madison in third. So again, we've got another swimmer swimming under that 2:20 mark. So Charlotte taking off 6 seconds from her personal best, with a number of the other swimmers also taking off 5 or 6 seconds in that heat. So Heat 6 was full of plenty of PBs as we now move along to our 7th and final heat of the girls' 15 years 200-metre freestyle. Nice even start across the field with Amelie Krillin getting the best of the starts in lane 5, and she's setting the early speed here in this opening 25. So Amelie's out to a half body length lead over Bridie Walsh as we approach this 50-metre turn. So Amelie turns through first in a 31.89 ahead of Bridie, and in third place Olivia. So again, a nice strong turn there from Amelie, and she's now out to a full body length lead over the rest of the field, who are nice and tightly bunched here in this opening 100.
Yeah, like across the field, it's about half a second separating all swimmers. So the rest of the field sort of close up together, but it looks like Amelie's all the way out in front here. She might be setting herself up for a good PB.
So we're all 226 swimmers or 227. So we're turning through the first 100 from Emily in a 108.1 with Bridie in second and Abigail in third. So now's this all-important third 50. So we're sort of went a 36 to a 37 second 50 from our swimmers there. We want to be able to maintain that speed and keep that pressure on during this third 50. Emily's doing a really good job of keeping those legs going nice and strong and maintaining that length in her stroke as Abigail and Bridie pull a little bit ahead of Amelia and Olivia in that battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. But it is Emily who leads through the 150-metre turn, 3 seconds ahead of Abigail with Bridie in third. So now we'll see if they can bring their legs in a little bit more in this last 50. Emily's been doing a really good job of keeping that consistent kick going throughout this 200 as she's got 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, she's definitely led from start to finish. She's now pulling away. She's gaining even more distance from the rest of the competitors. Looks like Abigail there, her bank swimmer, in second. And the Surrey Park swimmer ever so slightly in front. But Emily will take out the win here. 2:26 is her seated time. 2:22 is her finish time. 4-second PB. And 2:27 Abigail. Amelia in third and Bridie in fourth.
So that concludes event 136. We'll now move on to 137, the boys 15 years 200 metre freestyle. Our Victorian age record stands at a 1:51.02, set in 2011 by Alexander Graham. Alexander Graham went on to become an Australian Dolphin. First time, I believe, was in the 2015 World Championships, if my memory serves me correct. And represented Australia at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021. So Nicholas Stupas in lane 4. Off to our best start as our fastest qualifier, the only swimmer in this heat with an entry time under the 2 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen him swim a really good 100 breaststroke. He's off to the final. He's the fastest seated here, 1:56. And he's off to a great start here, leading us here into the first turn, 27.4.
With Mossman in second and William Watson in third. So Nicholas is just gradually extending his lead out to almost a full body length through the 75-metre mark. In lane 6, swimming well, is Hamish Robson from MLC. He's challenging for second with Mossman Lutson from South Gippsland Bass. But it is Nicholas Stupas who will lead through the 100 in a 57.78 with Mostyn in second and George in third. And Hamish in third.
So it's still Nicholas Stupas there in first, Mostyn in second, and Watson in third. However, in lane 6 here, Hamish Robson from MLC is looking strong. He might be contention there for second place.
A nice third 50 from Mostyn. He's maintained that gap of a body length to Nicholas, has moved him into second place, with Nick Stupas leading through in a 1:28.76, with Mostyn in second, Hamish in third. So here in Heat 1, it is all Nicholas Stupas who's going to take the opening heat out in a time of 1:59.55, with Mostyn finishing in second and Hamish in third.
All right, we move on to Heat 2.
So Tian Berger from Nuttawani in lane 4 leads through the opening 25. Now coming up alongside him, Jack Gibson from MLC in lane 5. So Tian, again, is the only one in this heat who has an entry time under the 2-minute mark, with a number of these boys looking to challenge that magical 2-minute barrier either this morning or in this evening's heat session. So Tian leads through from Jack Gibson with Jack Morrow in third. So they're out in 27. Now they're going to settle into their speed, hopefully around that 30-point range, to give themselves the best chance to swim under 2 minutes. So Tian leads through the 100 in a 57.93 with Jack Gibson in second and moving into third now, Dimitri. So is Jack staying with Tian here in this third 50? He's giving himself the best chance to swim as close to that 2-minute mark as possible. Jack Gibson had an entry time of a 2:02.10. That speed he showed through the first 100 is every chance to go close to that 2-minute barrier.
So Tian, who's also a really good 50-meter sprinter, he's led from start to finish here. Jack Gibson looking strong.
So Tian increasing the tempo here in this last 50, really bringing in those legs. Jack Gibson trying to hold on to his feet, with Dimitri moving into a clear third place during that third 50. But it is all Tian here in heat 2. He's got 10 metres left to swim, looking nice and comfortable and relaxed as he comes into the wall and touches in a 1:59.58. With Jack Gibson improving his personal best in second and Dimitri in third.
So coming up in this next heat, we've got 4 Camberwell swimmers. Very good reaction times there across the board. It looks like Campbell there in lane 4 has had a very nice start. Very comfortable lead at the moment.
It's good to see him getting out nice and aggressive in some of his heat swims. He's looked pretty comfortable to start his races, but he looks like he's really attacking this opening 50 here in heat 3, and he turns through in a 26.89 with Sean Hanlon in second and Tom Erhardt in third. So nice, strong opening 50 there from Campbell. This is making a really positive attack of this first 100 in this heat 3 of this boys' 15 years 200 metre freestyle. So Campbell is going to turn through first.
Yeah, it looks like he's got it comfortably here in 7.2.
Yeah, and that's a nice, strong opening 100 with Sam Walsh now moving to second ahead of Sean Hanlon. So now it's about maintaining his speed here. So it was a 30-point there on that second 50 from Campbell. We'll see what he manages in this third 50 as Sam Walsh has now pulled out a body length lead over that nice tight battle for third between our Campbell Grammar teammates in Sean and Ryan. So sort of dropping out to that 31 second there in that third 50 from Campbell. So it's obviously tonight in the final, as he looks like he's comfortably through, he'll obviously be working on trying to maintain those 50s at that 30-point range and maybe even bump them into this 29 for his second, third and fourth 50. Yeah, but it is all Campbell here in heat 3 as he comes in to touch in a time of 1:59.09 to take the fastest time of the heat so fast, with Sam Welsh in second and Sean Hanlon in third. That 2:03.68 from Sean Hanlon is enough to put him in 9th position after the first 3 heats with the 103.72 currently sitting in 10th. As we now have heat 4, our 4th and final heat in the water.
Log on the water there from lane 5. But it looks like lane 3 there, Cooper Gallen with some straight arm freestyle there.
Yes, the speed does seem to be on between Alessandro and Cooper in lane 2 and 3 respectively, with Cooper leading through in a 28.13, Alessandro in second and Alec in third. So a nice strong start from our boys in lane 2 and 3, Alessandro and Cooper. Had entry times of a 2:13. Getting out under 29 seconds in that first 50 is giving themselves a chance to swim a nice solid PB. We'll see what they sort of settle down into here in this second 50, with Cooper Gallen starting to extend over Alessandro to out to a 3/4 of body length lead as we use our Hawkeye camera to watch these turns. So Cooper through in a 1:00.56 with Alessandro in second and Jaden in third.
Yeah, Cooper's still leading out in front, but it looks like Alessandro is looking comfortably in the water here. Coming into this last 50, I think he might be able to catch up to Cooper, build a bit of a lead for himself and finish off strong. So these boys here are seated at 2:13.
So Alessandro has moved into the lead at that 150-metre turn by half a second or 3/4 of a second over Cooper Gallen, with Jaden maintaining third. So this last 50, really making sure they try and bring those legs in, and they're on track for a nice PB here. 34 seconds for that last 50. If they can maintain that speed, we're going to go well and truly under the minute 10, 2:10 mark, and take off 5 seconds from their personal best. And Alessandro has maintained that speed through this last 50, pulled out to a 3 body lengths lead as he comes underneath the flags and swims a 2:07.73. Great swim there. Within second place, Jasper Young in a nice tight race with Alec O'Brien.
Nice 6 seconds there for Alessandro.
So again, in our final heat of an event, we saw a big personal best swim from Alessandro there, as we now are going to move along to event 138, the girls' 14 years 100-metre freestyle. This is another event that has a Victorian age record set by Elise Zaluski back in 2006 at a 56.37. We have 9 heats of our 14-year-old girls 100-metre freestyle, and it is Alicia Clark in lane 4 who's off to the early lead here in heat 1. Half a body length clear of Alana McDuff in lane 5. So Alicia Clark will lead through this first 50 in a 28.35 from Alana and Arabella in third. Jessie Steinem joined them under the 30-second mark through this first 50. Alicia Clark's the only athlete in this field with an entry time sub-minute. And with that nice strong opening 50, she could be posting a time right around that minute mark again here in this morning's heat session. So she's maintained that body length lead in this second 50. She comes into touch in a 59.45 in a PB, with Alana in second and Arabella in third. So Alicia set the standard there in heat 1, so a nice personal best under the minutes as we now have heat 2. Bit more of an even start across the field through that first 15 metres here in heat 2, as now Annie Steele in lane 4 starts to work her way to the front. And he's another athlete that has an entry time under the minute at a 59.95. So we'll see how close she can go to that time this morning.
Yeah, she's definitely going to lead us here into this first term, but also very strong first 50 is Eve Anderson from Bayside.
with Sophie Ballan in third through that first 50.
And he's still in front, looking strong, body lengths ahead, led from start to finish into this last 25.
So Annie has moved out to a body length lead over the rest of the field with 15 metres to swim. The tight battle between Rhianna Chen and Sophia Ballan for second and third, as Annie comes underneath the flags and touches in a 1:00.06, with Sophia in second and Rhianna in third. So we've had 7 swimmers at a 1:02.29 or faster. So it's going to need a strong swim here in heat 3 to give themselves a chance for the final tonight. And starting off nice and strongly in lane 1, Allegra Gattino. And she leads through the first 15 metres. It all starts to even up by the 25-metre mark. Within lane 5, Faith Delaney out to a slight lead ahead of Sophie Jacker and Ava Candy.
It is fairly even there, lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, but it looks like lane 5 might lead us through into this first turn. Faith Delaney 29.5.
With Ava Candy in second and Georgia Hyde in third. So again, nice turn there from Faith, and she's maintained that lead with now Sophie Jacker in lane 4 trying to respond and come up to her shoulder. Ava Candy's coming with Sophie, and we're going to have a nice 3-way battle for the last 15 metres here in heat 3. Faith is holding on, but Sophie's coming nice and strong, and Sophie is going to get over the top in this last 5 metres and touch the wall in a 1:01.08. With Faith in second and Ava in third. And it does look like that 1:02.29 is currently sitting in 10th place after our 3 seeded heats. As we move along now to our non-seeded heats in heat 4. With a strong start in lane 1 from Chiara Fernando. And she leads through the opening 25 with a nice aggressive tempo here. From the swimmer from Bayside is giving herself every chance to post a personal best time. She's an entry time of 1:04.94 and is getting out nice and fast in this first 50.
Yeah, she's definitely well on track for a PB, 29.1.
Yeah, works through under 30 in that first 50. If she can maintain a 32 to 33 second, we could see a PB by a fair margin here in this second 50. The rest of the field is starting to creep up on Chiara in this second 50. Within lane 7, Francis moving into second place. So Chiara maintaining that lead that she set out right from the start, but it's closing down in these final 5 metres. Can she hold on? She can in a 1:03.36. Head of Francis in second and Perry in third. As we now move along to heat 5. A bold swim there from Chiara in heat 4. Gives her the heat win and a nice PB. So nice.
Yeah, pretty even here across the fields.
So in lane 3, Sally White, and in lane really Sally's just about half a body length ahead of the rest of the field through that first 35 metres. And she does look like she's going to hold that lead all the way through this first 50 as she turns first in a 30.54 ahead of Willow and Tamani in third. We're working those strong legs and trying to keep our stroke long in this second 50 and moving through in lane 6 from MLC is Tiana with Tiami in lane 5 and Willow in lane 4, all battling it out for the heat win here in heat 5. And on the wall, it is going to be Tanami, who touches first in a 104.43.01 of the second, ahead of Willow, with Tiana in third.
The smallest of margins separating swimmers.
And all those swimmers in that 104 range there, registering nice personal bests of about a second as we move along to heat 6. So strong start in lane 4 from Millicent Van Diemen. And she leads through the opening 25. Also going well in lane 6 is Olivia Flight. And strongly in lane 8 is Claire Matheson. Those three are going to lead through this opening 50. And it is Millicent who turns first in a 31.02, with Olivia in second and Claire in third. A strong turn there from Millicent has extended her lead out to almost a body length as we head towards the 75-metre mark. Millicent's doing a really good job of maintaining that nice, strong kick. And
looks like Olivia Flick, those covering up the ground, and she might be in second place here. But Millicent, from start to finish, she's going to touch in 104.72.
Nice personal best there from Millicent, with Olivia in second and Izzy coming home strongly for third.
Yeah, that's huge, 2 seconds. And coming up, heat 7. So across the board, everyone's seated at a 107. So expect the field to be fairly close.
And they do all emerge from the underwater together and make their way through the first 25. In lane 3, it's Eliza, who's now moved just ahead and setting the early speeds. So Eliza's doing a really good job of keeping that kick going nice and strong as she works into this 50-metre turn and turns first in a 30.60 ahead of Matilda, and in third place Lucia. So Eliza has pulled out a half body length lead over Matilda in lane 9.
Matilda's looking very strong. I reckon she might touch him first at the wall. She's catching up. Eliza following slightly behind there. Lane 6 looking strong. Sophie and Ella in lanes 5 and 6.
But it is Matilda in lane 9 who has taken over the lead here in this second 50 from Propulsion and has come into touch in a time of 104.53 ahead of Eliza, with Ella in third. Again, a nice strong swim there from Matilda, taking off 3 seconds from her personal best. As we move now to heat 8. Strong underwater dolphins in lane 5 from Emily Evans from Flyers. But the fastest through the first 25, Yui from Surrey Park in lane 6. Also swimming well is Eloise Ravensdale in lane 0. As through the first turn in 30.87, it's Yuzi who leads from Lucinda, with Eloise in third.
Yeah, it looks like it's a comfortable lead there for Yushi in lane 6. In second, at the moment, it's Lucinda Vale from Harrybury Aquatic. It is going to be close for third, though. And looks like the Canberra swimmer in lane 1, Sophie, is looking strong as well. But it's going to be Yuxi in lane 6, the Surrey Park swimmer 105, Lucinda 106, and Sophie in third.
So nice swim there. Again, taking off about 2.5 seconds from an entry time for a number of our swimmers in that heat, as we move on to our 9th and final heat of our girls 14 years 100 metre freestyle. All our swimmers in this heat had an entry time in the 108 range, and they are nice and even through this first 25. Within lane 3, Emma Dodsworth just in the lead, with now Eleanor Justin in lane 4 taking over the early lead as we work our way towards our 50 metre turn, and our swimmer in lane 8 also challenging for that early lead with Emmy. But it is Eleanor who leads from Emmy, and Emma in third.
Yeah, it is looking fairly even across the board, but it looks like lane 4 and lane 2 are in a battle of their own at the moment.
So coming through in lane 4, Eleanor Justin holding off Shelby Morgan in lane 2, and a fast finish from Indiana Clarkson in lane 1. And it is Eleanor Justin who holds on in a 106.67 from Indiana, with Shelby in third. Again, number of swimmers there posting PBs from somewhere between 1 to 2 seconds in our 9th and final heat of the girls 14 years 100 metre freestyle, as we now move along to event 139, the boys 14 years 100 metre freestyle. It's another one of our age group records that are set by Alexander Graham, Australian Dolphin, in a time of 52.45, set back in 2010. In lane 0, Lachlan Rundle taking it up to the fastest seated athletes in the middle of the pool through that first 25. But now Toby Callahan starts to move through with Ashton Sherbets as they lead through the first 50 in 27s. Strong turn from Toby Callahan, staying underwater the longest, but popping up in the lead over Ashton, and moving into third place now is Enrico Villegas.
Yeah, looks like Callahan there's got a comfortable lead now. He's built a very strong third 25, and in this last fourth one, he's going all out. It's going to be second for Ashton, maybe third for Enrico, but all Toby first, 56 for Ashton in second, and Enrico in third.
So a number of boys there joining the sub-59 second club for the first time as we move now on to Heat 2. A strong start in lane 4 from Max McGeaney. And he's established a lead over Adonis in this first 25.
Adonis there in lane 5 looks very powerful though. His stroke is very, he's attacking, very aggressive with the water, which is good to see.
So through the first 50, it is Max who leads in a 26.57 ahead of Adonis, and in third place, Peter Behrens.
I reckon Adonis is catching up to Max here. He might be leading into the last 25. Max is still looking very strong. Third place at the moment is Peter Behrens there in lane 1.
But with 25 metres left to swim, Max sort of responded to that charge from Adonis, and is going to hold on and take Heat 2 out in a nice time of 55.35.
All right, we move on to heat number 3.
So 7 swimmers at 57.7 or faster so far. So the Heat 3 boys know what they need to do as Harry Heath uses his underwater skills nice and strongly to pop up in the lead at that 15-metre mark and continues to carry it through for the first 25.
Yeah, also looking strong there is lane 2, John Gordon in lane 2. But lane 9, Harvey, the Surrey Park swimmer, he's making a stand there. He might touch into third maybe. But leading us here is Harry Heath, 27.8.
Again, Harry's uses these nice, strong underwater dolphins to maintain his lead off that turn. Starting to swim well is Darwin Plafond in lane 7. Darwin's been swimming well all week, and he's given himself a chance in lane 7 as a charge comes with the last 15 metres. It is Harry Heath who's going to take this out, but the battle for second is nice and tight. So Harry Heath comes underneath the flags and touches in a time of 57.32, with Dion Gordon winning the battle for second ahead of Darwin.
Okay, Heat 4 of 9. Good start there from lane 2. Quite off to a nice lead already there is lane 5 and 6. Henry Allen and Alexander High. But it looks like the Amos Lee swimmer in lane 6 is slightly in front.
Yeah, Alexander is putting together a really good first 50 here. That strong kick and steady, consistent rhythm. No pause on his breath as he works through his turn here and leads through in a 27.4 over Henry Allen and Yoon Lacamar in third.
It's getting even now coming into this last 25, but Alex in lane 6 has just started upping his kick rate just a little bit to give him more of an advantage here.
With 15 metres to go, it's tightening up. It's a battle in 3. It is still Alexander who leads with 5 metres to go, but coming nice and strongly in lane 5 is Henry Allen, and he does get the touch in a 58.35. And if you're wondering why there was so much noise there, the national qualifying time for our 14-year-old boys is a 58.96. So we had a couple of our swimmers there under that national qualifying time. And what's even better is they're not even going to make the final. So we've our entire entire state final,
Our national qualifiers.
Yeah, plus a few extras are going to be heading off to the Gold Coast in a month's time. So through Heat 5, in lane 2 is Sean Lamb, who leads in a 28.32, ahead of Blake Hughes, with Alfie Graves in third. A nice strong turn there from Sean has extended his lead out to a body length through the 75-metre mark. Blake is maintaining his hold on second place.
Yeah, it is going to be close for third though. Very, very close, but it looks like it's Sean's. This one's Sean's. He's going to touch him to first. 59 is his time. All the way out from lane 9, Austin in seconds. And the Northwest Aquatic swimmer in third.
So Sean taking 2 seconds off his entry time there, almost 3 seconds off his entry time. So great swim there from Sean to crack that minute mark for the first time as we now move along to Heat 6.
Already off with a blitzing start is lane 6, Aidan Pendlebury there. Already a body length at the 25-metre mark.
So Hayden keeps that nice strong tempo going through this first 50 and is out in a swift 27.68. If he maintains this, he's going to challenge for this final tonight. He'll need to come back in about a 30.0 to give himself the best chance to swim in tonight's final.
Look at that. Wow. A whole body length ahead. Huge lead for him. But up into second is Harry Lou, the non-awarding swimmer.
The gap is closing in this last 15 metres as Aiden starts to get a little bit tired. The other swimmers are coming back at him. He's got 5 minutes to go. He's going to hang on to take this heat wing out, and in a time of 59.74, well and truly under the minute, ahead of Caden, and in third place, Harry. So we've got another swimmer joining the sub-minute club in our 14-year-old boys 100-metre freestyle. Congratulations to Aiden.
Yeah, he looks happy about that. Just waving to someone just then.
Our DJ just getting a little bit excited and keeping the music going sometimes
right.
this morning. As Zane Paxton and Lockie Gilbertson in lane 7 and 8, off to a nice strong start, but also swimming well out in lane 0, Rodney Tang.
Yeah, Gilbertson there, really strong. He's getting aggressive with his stroking, which is nice to see. He's got a lot of energy. Watch out for him in this last 50, but touching its first year is Rodney Tang, 28.9. So at the moment it's a battle for first between lanes 0, 8 and 7.
So Rodney in lane 0 is maintaining his lead through the 75, but now starting to challenge him is Lachlan Gilbertson in lane 8, and moving through in lane 6 is William Lloyd Johnson. So William Lloyd Johnson has now taken over the lead with 25 minutes to go, but coming really strongly in lane 3 is Lucas Ehard, and Luca is going to take this heat out in a time of 1:02.02, with William in second and Lachlan in third. Underway here in heat 8, and again nice and even across the board with Lucas Kay in lane 9, the first to the 15-metre mark, but in lane 5 Matthew Mace has now taken over the lead, with Harry Sampson in lane 3 in second.
Yeah, he's not kicking a lot with his legs compared to the other swimmers, but he's going to lead us first into this turn. 29.3, quick off the wall, almost no underwater. Still in front, but also in front is lane 2, Hector Lee C from Camberwell.
So Hector putting together a strong second 50, and he's now moved into the lead just ahead of Matthew. But they're going neck and neck with 15 metres left to swim, and Hector has a slight lead, but Matthew is responding, and it looks like Matthew is going to take this heat out. And he comes into the wall and touches in a time of 1:01.72, with Hector in second and Harry in third. Again, some nice strong swims there from our swimmers in heat 8, taking off somewhere between a second to a second and a half to up to 2 seconds from their personal bests, including Matthew.
Yeah, I think everyone here PB'd, so that's huge.
So we have one more heat of our boys 14 years 50 freestyle.
And the margin between the slowest and the fastest in this one is 0.07.
So let's see how many of them can swim a personal best time. So they're all entered in that 1:03.6 range. We'll see how many of them can go sub 1:03.6.
Quick off the blocks, quick up the water is the DVE swimmer Jacob Ryder in lane 6. But I think out in the lead there is lane 3, William Upston.
So William leads through the first 25, just ahead of Andre in lane 2. But it is nice and even across our 5 swimmers here, with William just maintaining that slight edge through this first 50. So William turns first in a 29.62, with Tarwin in second and Andre in third. A nice strong turn there from William has extended his lead out to half a body length as we come towards the 75-metre mark.
Yeah, Elpson's been leading from the first, I'd say about the 25-metre mark up until now.
But starting to come at him is Joe Charlesworth in lane 4 and is not going to give up the fight all the way to the wall. Can William hold on? Joe's coming nice and strongly, and on the wall it is William who just holds on by 0.02 of a second in a 102.18 ahead of Joe with Andre in third. Nice improvements there across the board.
And that concludes the boys' 14-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Now we move on to the girls' 17 to 18 200 freestyle. We've got 3 heats this morning.
Another instance where that last heat had a high PB rate with 4 of our 5 swimmers in that last heat swimming personal bests. Our Victorian records set back in 2006 by Hayley Redaway in 2:00.13 for our 17, 18-year-old girls 200-metre freestyle.
And after these couple 200-metre races, we've got some IM to finish off the morning.
It is Holly Neville who has the best of the starts, ahead of her Melbourne Swimming Club teammate Madison Cooper and Nicole Briscoe from Geelong. As they turn through these first 50 metres, I'm just thinking that we may have had a bit of a amalgamation of this heat, but maybe not. That is definitely Holly Neville in lane 5, and it is Madison Cooper in lane 4 as our scoreboard corrects. Hopefully the names on your screen will update as well. So it is Madison Cooper who takes over through the 100s, and Madison Cooper leads through in a 102.69 with Holly Neville in second and Clara Seidel in third. So Madison Cooper's slowly started to extend her lead and keeping those legs going nice and strong with that nice high tempo she has that she's able to maintain. So she's now out to a body length and a half lead over her teammate from Melbourne Swimming Club. So Madison Cooper turns first to the 150, ahead of Holly, with Clara Seidel in third.
Yeah, it looks like this heats Madison's to win. Holly Neville in second, and it's going to be a battle for third between lanes 3 and lane 6. So Madison's seated time is at 2:04.
So we're not going near that in this morning's heat session, but it is a solid heat swim as Madison comes into the wall and touches in a time of 2:08.31 with Holly in second and Alexandra Skinner in third.
And coming into the wall is Georgia Hardy, 2:24.
So a nice strong swim there from Madison Cooper in heat 1. As we now move along to heat 2.
So you've got around about 22 swimmers here in this event. You probably want to beat half of the field to guarantee yourself a spot in the final.
Yeah, when you've got seeded heats, we've got 3 seeded heats in our 200-metre events. You do want to sort of make sure you position yourself to finish in the top 3 to feel pretty comfortable. If you finish in the top 2 in a seeded heat, you're feeling very comfortable. Top 3, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. When you start to finish 4th, you're putting your hands out and going, I'm not sure if I'm going to make this final or not. So those top 3 finishes in our first heat, we're probably feeling pretty confident about their place in tonight's final. Definitely Madison and Holly, our top 2 finishers going under the 2:10. They can safely be assured of swimming tonight's final as we move along to heat 2. using our Hawkeye camera to watch their starts.
And into the first 25 here, pretty even across the field. Very controlled stroking. We're not seeing anyone sprint right from the start anymore.
So Nicole Briscoe from Geelong in lane 3 has started to pull ahead with Brianna Burgess from Surrey Park in lane 5. So it will be Brianna who turns first in 30.42 ahead of Nicole, and in third place Francesca Hanlon. So Brianna, again, one of those swimmers who's known for her distance freestyle events. So doing a good job here to set an early speed in this first 100. She's got about a half a body length lead over Dakota Mathers, who's now moved into second place, with Nicole Briscoe and Francesca Hanlon battling out for third. So as we go through the 100-metre turn, it is Brianna who leads through in a 103.3 ahead of Dakota and Nicole Briscoe in third. So Dakota's another one of our strong swimmers in our distance events and across a number of different strokes. So Brianna and Dakota leading through this third 50, with Nicole Briscoe coming back up alongside them with a nice, strong, aggressive, positive third 50. That's why we like to see swimmers attacking that third 50, not saving up to the last 50. Brianna has led through this middle 100, and she turns first with a second lead over Dakota and Nicole. So she's maintained that 3/4 of body length margin that she had after that first 50.
Yeah, it's Brianna Burgess leading from start to finish here once again. Maybe we'll see Nicole Briscoe there just get slightly ahead of Dakota Mathers, the non-awarding swimmer. But it looks like it's all Brianna Burgess to win here.
So Brianna will take this heat 2 out, but a strong finish from Dakota, making it interesting on the wall with Nicole in thirds. As we now move along to heat 3. So Brianna looks pretty satisfied with her performance there in heat 2. As our heat 3 athletes are now behind the blocks. In lane 7, Zoe Dowler got the best start, but now moving through in lane 3 and 4 is Chloe Millard and Paige Holt.
Yeah, Zoe Dowler off to a good start here. I think she's going to lead us here into this first turn.
Sorry, I led you up the garden path there. That's actually Charlotte Fay who leads through in that first 50 over Alyssa Lever. Sorry, over Chloe Millard and Paige Holt. That time the touchpads led me astray. But it is nice and even between Chloe, Paige and Charlotte in this opening 100. So Chloe is creeping out to a lead here as we approach the 100-metre turn. And Chloe will lead through this first 100 in a 103.35 ahead of Paige, with Charlotte in third. So Chloe's putting together a really strong swim here and maintaining her slight advantage over Paige, and they've now pulled out by 2 body lengths over the rest of the field here in heat 3.
So coming into this last 50, Chloe's still leading 137. Paige very close behind her.
So Chloe has done a fantastic job to lead for the majority of this race. Now Paige is starting to move back up alongside her with 25 metres left to swim. Chloe's maintaining that slight lead and is not going to give away this heat win easily as they come under the 15-metre false start rope. A nice battle for thirds But it is Chloe who's going to come in and take heat 3 out in a time of 2:11.19. Ahead of Paige, with Molly Cargill in third.
Nice PB there for Chloe Millard. So we move on to event 141.
If you're under 2:14 there, you're into the final. If you're in the 2:14 range, it's a little bit of a wait and see. So we had, I think, 9 swimmers under the 2:14 mark. So our 10th swimmer will be coming from those swimmers who finished in the 2:14 second range. As we're now moving along to event 141, the boys 17-18 200-metre freestyle. This is another event that Alexander Graham holds our Victorian age group record of a 1:47.23 set in 2013. So Oliver McKenzie from Surrey Park leads through the opening 25 here. We've got 3 heats of our boys 17-18 200-metre freestyle. And we have 8 of our athletes who have entry times under that 2-minute mark. So you're probably not going to quite need to go sub 2 minutes to qualify for tonight's final, but you're going to need to be close to it to give yourself the best chance.
Yeah, Oliver McKenzie here led us into this first turn. 26.89 was his time. He's already a body length ahead. He's only going to pull even more after this turn.
So he turns through first in a 56.01 with Xavier Purcell in second and Harry Hay in third. So getting out in that 56.0 has given himself plenty of opportunities to swim sub 2 minutes this morning. His entry time is 1:55.38, so I don't think we're going to be quite on that speed this morning, but as long as he's posting a good, solid sub 2 minute swim this morning, he'll give himself a centre lane for tonight.
Definitely. Still leading us at the front. Gave himself a nice lead, 1:25, Oliver McKenzie. Harry Hay in second.
And we could see all 3 of these boys go under the 2 minutes if they finish nice and strongly in this last 50, which is a good early speed to set in this opening heat. And Oliver McKenzie has 15 metres left to swim. He's looked smooth, controlled for the whole race, and he's put together a really good swim, and he's going to come in not too far off his personal best in a 1:55.20. Actually, he did set a personal best with Harry Hay in second and Xavier Purcell in third. So Oliver McKenzie, even though it was a heat swim, kept that pressure on through that second 100 to set himself up to that personal best time of a 1:55.20 as he finished ahead of Harry and Xavier. And a great shot with that Hawkeye camera off the start. Not only does it provide our backup timekeeping, our ability for our technical officials to do reviews, but it also provides us here on our Kayo Freebies live stream the chance to get some great angles, as in this heat 2.
Toby McComish touches in first, 26.3. He's had an amazing 100 butterfly earlier this morning. He's into the finals for that. He'll be on track to put himself into the final for tonight for this 200-metre freestyle. He's looking very strong. Long stroking, controlled kick, controlled breathing.
So he set out that first 50 nice and fast. He sort of backed off a little bit in this second 50, and Harvey Lark has moved up and past him as we approach the 100-metre turn. So Harvey's going to lead through at the 156.70 from Toby, and Tyler Theodore in third. So we saw Harvey put together a fantastic 400 freestyle last night, having a great race, going with Tommy Lane as it went down to the wire with less than a second between the boys at the finish. So Harvey Lark is putting a good third 50 together, and he's continuing to extend his lead over with Toby McComish, and now moving up into equal second place is Joshua Cairns.
Yeah, it's still a very nice lead there for Harvey Lark. He's built a nice lead for himself. Toby's picking up the pace now, kicking more.
Again, it is a battle for that second and third positions, as they might be important to determine who can qualify for tonight's final. But it is Harvey who's going to take it out, and a nice, strong finish by Toby. He's going to finish in second ahead of Cameron. But 158 from Harvey, 158.53 with Toby in second, Cameron in third, and Joshua Cairns just missing that 2-minute barrier in fourth.
And Toby McComish there breaking the 2-minute barrier for the first time.
Underway here in our third and final heat of the boys 17-18 200-metre freestyle. Cooper Lambert is putting together really good swims this meet and sets out nice and fast in lane 6. As Tommy Lane in lane 4 just starts to ease into his rhythm. Tommy's obviously better known for his distance freestyle, so this is sort of towards the shorter end of the range for him. As it is Cooper who leads through in a 27.54 ahead of Tommy Lane, with Joshua Tulloch in third. Owen Williams-Polly is also sitting close to our leaders, as our top 4 have pulled away from the rest of the field through this first 100. Tommy Lane is now beginning to establish himself in the lead as we move through this 100-metre turn in a 58.04 ahead of Cooper, with Joshua Tulloch in third. Again, a strong turn there from Tommy, has extended his lead out to a body length over his chasing competitors, who are having a nice tight battle for second. Joshua Tulloch is putting together a really good third 50 and has moved into second place just ahead of Cooper Lambert, with Owens William-Polly close behind in fourth.
Yeah, Tommy Lane there comfortably in front, Joshua Tulloch in second. However, lane 6 though might be making a move on Josh. Cooper Lambert looking strong as well, but Joshua Tulloch just increased his rate.
So it is all Tommy Lane here in Heat 3. He's looking nice and comfortable. Joshua Tulloch has moved clear in second place. He's a body length behind Tommy, but a body length ahead of the battle between Cooper and Owen for third. As Tommy comes in and touches in a 159.16. Joshua in 201.59. And Cooper in third. So we're now moving on to our individual medley events, starting with event 142, the girls' 16 years 200-metre individual medley. We have 4 heats. Behind the blocks, or on the blocks now, is Heat 1. So we saw Alana Torrance take out the 400-metre individual medley earlier in this 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. So she'll look to set herself up for a good swim this morning to try and do the medley double tonight.
Yeah, she's definitely looking very strong here into this first 50. Comfortable lead. I wonder what her main stroke is. 30.2 is her time there on the wall.
And that's the thing with Alana. She is actually quite even across her strokes. Probably her weakness, I would say, is her backstroke. Although she did kind of prove me wrong last night, as she won a medal in the 100-metre backstroke as MLC went 1, 2, 3. I can't remember if it was first or second from Alana. I think it may have been the gold. But probably her weakness is her backstroke leg. But she's doing a strong swim here, and she's a body length clear ahead of Layla Mahfouz as we head towards the conclusion of our backstroke.
Yeah, definitely a versatile swimmer here. Still leading in the backstroke leg, 109. And in second, we've got Layla Mahfouz.
As we get a fantastic above the wall view from our Hawkeye cameras of those backstroke to breaststroke turns. Probably one of the most technical turns in swimming. Lots of different varieties in our backstroke to breaststroke turn. There's no real right or wrong answer for which turn you should do, as long as you commit to your turn, practice it in training, and execute it with good skills. So Alana Torrance just continues to extend her lead here. We know she is a strong breaststroker, and she's out by 5 metres over Greta Seville, with Layla maintaining third place.
And Alana Torrance increasing her lead.
And you can see if you have a lead between your breaststroke and your freestyle, it suddenly doubles because that speed gets a lot faster when we transition from our breaststroke leg into our freestyle leg. So what was 4 or 5 metres has suddenly become 7 or 8 metres, as we've got 15 metres left to swim here for Alana here in Heat 1 of our girls' 16 years 200 metre individual medley. And she's going to comfortably take this opening heat out as she cruises into the wall in a 2:27.70, with Greta in second and Layla in third. So that was a nice, comfortable heat swim there from Alana. As comfortable as a 200 metre individual medley can be. Still puffing a little bit at the end of it.
Yeah,
but relative to her personal best, as we move now along to Heat 2. Kiara Hutchinson in lane 7, off to a nice start, as well as Sojin in 4 and Madeline Doyle in lane 1. So Madeline Doyle will use her butterfly speed in this opening 50. As we make our way through to the 50 metre turn where we transition into our backstroke. So it is Madeline Doyle who leads ahead of Sojin, with Kiara Hutchinson in third.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Doyle there's falling a little bit behind there. Sojin's backstroke's looking strong.
Yes.
But it's going to be important for Madeline Doyle to make sure that she's kept the pace for her breaststroke and freestyle leg to increase the distance again.
So Sojin has moved into the lead, with Emily Stevens now moving into second place from Ivanhoe Aquapower. So it is Sojin who leads at the 100 from Emily, with Olivia Bartlett's now in third. So a number of place changes through that backstroke leg, and expect similar to happen here in this breaststroke. I expect Sojin to continue to pull clear of the rest of the field, but now looking at Darcy Lou Kerchevel start to move through in lane 3, and she's already up into second place. So our strong breaststroker is Darcy. She's now starting to gain on our leader in Sojin, but Sojin will lead through the end of the breaststroke, but Darcy's going to reduce that margin down to less than a body length by the time they get to the conclusion of this breaststroke leg. With also swimming well is Riley Cardo moving into third. So our strong breaststroke leg from Darcy and Riley have moved them right through the field into second and third behind Sojin, who's been our leader since the conclusion of the butterfly.
Yeah, Sojin's still leading comfortably. This is her heat to win. Darcy in second, and it looks like Riley Cardo will be comfortably in third.
So our top 3 have pulled away from the rest of the field here. Body length between each of them, as Sojin has 10 metres to swim here in Heat 2, looking nice and comfortable as she comes in to take Heat 2 out in a 2:30.03, with Darcy in second and Riley in third. Does look like that Darcy has been disqualified, so touching the wall in third place is actually Kiara Hutchinson. Not sure what Darcy was disqualified for. We'll hear about that later.
I think it was Riley that was disqualified.
Oh, sorry, yes, Riley. Sorry, Riley, indeed. So it was Riley who got disqualified there. We'll find out for what for in a minute as we move along to heat 3. So Amelia Blake in lane 8 from MLC. We saw her part of the MLC 1, 2, 3 finish in that 100 backstroke last night. She's doing a good, strong job here in the opening 50 in the butterfly. So hopefully she can maintain it in her strongest stroke in backstroke as she touches in third behind Mia Yo and Emily Vulick. So Mia has been swimming really well this meet, and she's now taken over the lead by about a quarter of a body length over Amelia, who's starting to come up alongside her as one of the strongest backstrokers in this age group. So Amelia takes over the lead and is now pulled out to a half body length lead with 15 metres to go in the backstroke leg. Mia maintaining second place and Erica Shaw moving into third. So Amelia leads through the backstroke in a 109.68 from Erica and Mia in third. Now our breaststroke swimmers are going to come to the fore with Emily Vulick moving through in lane 4. She's come from 5th and she's nearly into first place already after only 25 metres of our breaststroke. Amelia Blake, though, is holding nice and strong, maintaining a lead through that first 25 as Emily moves up alongside her with 15 metres left to go in this breaststroke leg. Erica Shaw is now in third place with 10 metres to go in our breaststroke. Emily Vulick has pulled a body length clear of Amelia Blake as we're about to make our breaststroke to freestyle turn. So Emily leads over Amelia with Erica in third.
Yeah, so Emily there got a nice lead for herself in the breaststroke leg, increasing that lead in the freestyle leg. It is a battle for second now between lanes 3 and lanes 8, but it looks like lane 3 might just be in front. Ivy Lee there. So it's a battle for third. But it's all Emily's to win here.
So it is all Emily in this heat. Ivy Lee's finishing really strongly in their freestyle leg to move into second place, but Emily touches first in 2:29.94. Ivy in second, and Erica Shaw in third.
So upcoming is the final heat of the girls 16-year-olds 200 IM.
The way the starter was glancing at the start there, just a little bit of a technical error, as we'll have take 2 here in heat 4. Nice streamlined position there from Georgia King from Camberwell Grammar. That was great, using that Hawkeye camera to see how she was holding that nice long body line. She almost blended in with the blue line on the bottom of the pool. She was holding that streamline in such a tight form.
Yeah, definitely. Minimizing drag underwater is a really important part in your underwaters, making sure you're increasing that distance by minimizing the drag, staying long. And it's Georgia that touches in first, 33.1.
With Alana in second and Kira in third. So moving into our backstroke leg, and our backstroke legs in the medleys, we want our swimmers to focus on that high tempo but trying to feel soft in their legs. That doesn't mean not kicking and just creating drag. We need to feel a little bit light and fluffy, keeping them up nice and high, because once we turn into the breaststroke, we then turn into a leg-dominated stroke. So in backstroke, it's all about nice, fast rate, but staying high and soft on those legs.
Yeah, I'd definitely say using them for balance more than for propulsion. But at the moment, it's Alana leading us now. 1:14.7. Georgia second and Kira third.
So we'll see who the strongest breaststroker in this field now is. And it does look like it might be Alana over Georgia as she starts to extend her lead through the first 25 of this breaststroke leg. So really driving off those legs and minimising the resistance at the front of our stroke in our breaststroke. So getting back into our tall, stretched out, streamlined position between each stroke so we can maximise that value off that kick. And Alana's doing a really good job of that. She continues to extend her lead over Georgia.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that powerful kick's definitely helping her there. And she still leads us into this third turn, 2:01. So their seated times are across the board. It's about a second separating them. 2:41's the fastest.
So if she can swim that sub 40 in this last 50, she's on for a nice PB. So we'll look for Alana to post a nice personal best if she can keep that tempo going in this last 25 metres. Really trying to bring those legs in for the last 15 metres. She goes under the false start rope and fights all the way to the wall, breathing every two. We'll see if she can get her head down as she does for the last 5 metres, which is great to see. And she touches in a 2:38.8. So taking off a couple of seconds from her personal best as Georgia in second and Kira in third. We're now moving along to event 143, the boys 16 years 200 metre individual medley. A Victorian record in this event stands at a 2:03.41, set in 2021 by William Petrick. William Petrick last year was on some Australian junior teams, and he's getting very close to breaking the 2-minute mark in the 200 metre individual medley.
Yeah, I think the qualifying time for the Olympics is somewhere around that 2-minute mark.
Yeah, that the FINA A time I think is a 1:57 high, and the FINA B time 1:59 if my memory serves me correctly.
Yes, he's getting very quick. But who's also very quick leading us into this turn is Miyam Baskar, 27.7 into this first turn.
Now making his way into the lead in lane 4 is Daniel from Surrey Park. He's just taken over from mine from MLC through 25 metres of our backstroke swim. So Daniel start to extend that lead slightly out to a quarter of a body length. Also swimming strongly is Cooper Sutherland in lane 6. So Cooper's caught up in this backstroke leg and is going to challenge for second with Mayan as they turn behind Daniel. So Daniel turned through in a 1:03.95 as we move into our breaststroke leg, looking at those turns through that Hawkeye camera again. So Daniel leads over Cooper, with mine holding third for now, but now with Felix Dressel de Bruin making his move and moving into third place as he goes past mine 25 metres into our breaststroke leg. So Felix is definitely the fastest breaststroker in the field as he's starting to reduce the margin to our leader in Daniel, and second place Cooper Sutherland.
It looks like this is Daniel's though. Last 50 to go. He's going to sprint it. Some straight arm in there as well. Lane 6 in second, and it looks like Felix Dressel de Bruin there will be in third.
So Daniel doing a really good job of keeping that kick going nice and strong throughout this last 50 of freestyle. Cooper's maintaining a nice strong kick, but storming home on the far side are both Felix and Mayan, who are going to challenge for that second place. But it will be Daniel who takes this opening heat out in a 2:16.56. Getting into second is Mayan, and third Felix. So nice strong swim there from Daniel to take out heat 1 as we move now along to heat 2 of our boys 16 years 200 metre individual medley.
Yeah, it looks like 2:16, 2:15 might be the cutoff for the final.
Based on this opening heat, we might not be quite as fast as our entry times, but we'll see Liam Malloy back again in a non-freestyle event here, competing in the 200 metre individual medley. And he leads through the opening 25 metres. Looking nice and relaxed.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to lead his first into this turn. 28-2. All the way out from lane 0. Sam Wells is also swimming very well.
So we are nice and even here in heat 2 with all the whole field bunched up nice and tight. Liam continues to just lead, but now moving through is Ashley Nichols, who we know is a strong backstroker in lane 5, and Ashton Thompson-Hall from Kangaroo Flats in lane 6. So Ashley Nichols has taken over the lead as we approach the 100-metre turn, where we move from backstroke into breaststroke as he touches first. So Ashley has now extended his lead out to 3/4 of a body length here in the breaststroke, ahead of Liam, with Ashton maintaining 3rd place. So with 10 metres left to go of the breaststroke, Ashley continues to extend out to a whole body length over Liam, with Ashton in 3rd and even Ravensdale in 4th. So we know that Liam's a nice, strong freestyler, and he'll try and make some ground on Ashley, who's not a bad freestyler himself, but it is Liam who's going to come past Ashley with 25 metres to go, and he start to extend out and will take out heat 2 of the boys 16 200 metre individual medley here at the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships in a time of 2:14.12, with Ashley in 2nd and even Ethan Ravensdale in 3rd. So I've had 7 of our swimmers post times under the 2:18.48 mark as we head towards heat 3. So yes, as we get to our 4th day of competition and the end of the morning seat sessions, tough to back up and post good performances, but it does give some of our swimmers who might not have thought they're a chance to progress to the final. If they put in a good performance, they're every chance to be swimming tonight in the final. Andrew Ryland, as he did in the 100 butterfly last night, starting off nice and strongly here in the 200 metre individual medley, using his butterfly strength to his advantage as he leads through here in heat 3 in a 27.98, ahead of Justin Zhu and Jacob Nemo.
Yeah, a bit of a long glide there at the turn, but Andrew Ryland's a really good butterflyer. We do know that Jacob Nemo's a really, really good breaststroker. He clocked in a 106 this morning. So you might be able to catch up and gain some ground on the others, but looking very strong. Justin Zhu there, the non-awarding swimmer, very well-rounded swimmer.
It's important to make sure you don't leave it all to your best stroke in your medleys. You obviously work your best stroke, but trying to obviously work on your weaknesses as well, so that your in total time ends up being fastest. As Justin leads through from Tyler Norton, and in 3rd place Andrew Ryland. So now we'll see our breaststrokers start to make their way through the fields here, and as you spoke about, it is Jacob Nimmo who's making his move through this first 25 of breaststroke. He turned well behind the others, but he's now chasing down Justin Zhu and is already into 2nd place.
Yeah, Jacob Nimmo might actually be leading us here into the last 50. Justin Zhu still holding on to 1st at the moment.
So Jacob is going to take over the lead through the breaststroke leg, ahead of Justin, with ZU in 3rd. And Jacob has started the freestyle nice and strongly, really got on those legs straight away out of the turn, which is good to see. Justin is also coming nice and strongly and has pulled back up alongside Jacob for the final 25 here, with a nice swim from Andrew Tan in lane 6 as he moves himself into third. Jacob is holding on to the slight lead in this final 10 metres and will come in to take heat 3 out in a 2:17.66. Ahead of Justin and Andrew in third. So it does look like that 2:18.48 time set in by the third place finisher in our first heat has been enough to qualify for the final, provided none of these boys in this fourth and final heat swim faster. So all our swimmers here in heat 4 have an entry time of 2:28. So let's hope for a nice tight battle here, with Eamon McCarthy from Warrnambool getting the best of the starts and pulling out to a half body length lead through the first 25 metres of butterfly, with Jack Whitbread sitting in second.
Yes. Good to know here that all these swimmers here are seated at 2:28. So even McCarthy leading us 28.8.
A nice strong opening 50 there from Eamon, and Jack in second and Thomas in third. Now we'll look to see who our strongest backstroker here is. Through 25 metres of backstroke, it's still Eamon who leading, and he's actually starting to extend his lead out to over a body length over Jack, who's half a body length clear of both Thomas and Luke in that battle for third. So Eamon's used this first 100 nicely, as he's got a body length and a half lead as we approach the 100-metre turn here in heat 4. He turns through in a 1:05.98.
Very quick split.
Ahead of Jack and Luke moving into third place. Now we'll see where our strengths lie in our breaststroke, and it does look like after the first couple of strokes of breaststroke that Luke in lane 2 has started to make his move through the field and is coming up alongside Jack firstly, and is then going to move up alongside Eamon. Through 25 metres of breaststroke, what has actually happened is we've closed the gap down between all 4 of our swimmers. So as predicted, Luke has moved through to the first, but Thomas Radford. So our swimmers who are in third and fourth are now going to be touching in first and second after the breaststroke. So Luke leads from Thomas, with Eamon and Jack turning in equal thirds. So that strong breaststroke from Luke has set himself up to take this heat win out. He's attacking this freestyle leg, really working his legs. He's got a body length lead over Thomas, who's body length clear of Jack in third. But it is all Luke. He's pulled out a 2 body length lead now, and with a strong freestyle leg. That entry time of 2:28, he's going to swim well and truly under that as he comes into touch in a time of 2:25.99 to take out heat 4 of the boys' 16 years 200 metre individual medley, with Jack in second and Thomas in third. We are now going to move on to that swim-off that I spoke about earlier in this 50 freestyle. So swim-off in our 50 freestyle for that last spot in tonight's final.
So it's going to be the males 13-year-olds, 50-metre freestyle.
So Garen Lim from Haileybury and Gianluca Pradusi from Melbourne Swimming Club. So we love a swim-off here. And although some of the crowd has gone home as they prepare for their evening finals, I'm sure the ones that are here are going to make some noise.
Very good reaction time there from lane 4. He's quick.
Garen Lim does lead through the first 15 metres, but Gianluca not giving it away and has actually come back up alongside him with through the 25-metre mark. Through the 35-metre mark, it is Gianluca who's taken over the lead over Garen. Garen's trying to fight back, but it does look like Gianluca is going to take this swim off out in a nice fast time of 26.89. So Garen swam pretty much the same time as he did this morning. Whereas Gianluca just took off 0.6 of a second from his time this morning. So Gianluca really stepped up there in the swim-off to take it out in a 26.89.
Yeah,
Great
definitely.
swim there.
He was like, I'll save up my energy for this afternoon, but had to swim off, had to use that little bit extra in the tank and make sure he swims tonight.
But he does get a swim tonight. That's the most important thing. As we're now moving on to our 400-metre individual medleys to conclude this morning. We're starting off with our 15-year-old girls. These are timed finals, so this is Heat 1. Heat 2 will be swum tonight in the final session. So it's a bit of a match race here. In lane 4, we have Julia. And in lane 5, we have Kira. So these two are going to be going head-to-head for the 400-metre individual medley. Our Victorian record for this event sits at a 4:51.18, set in 2019 by Tara Kinder. It is Kira Carlin who leads through in a 32.61 over this first 50. So through our butterfly leg of our medleys, especially this 400-metre individual medley, we want to try and get through this 100 butterfly feeling like we've used no energy but got out nice and fast. So that's the challenge here. So that means during training, these athletes need to really work on their relaxed butterfly and maintaining a high speed but not using much energy. As Kira moves through first at the end of the butterfly in a 1:11.03 ahead of Julia. So now moving into our backstroke. And our backstroke and our medleys, as we were speaking about before, want to work on that arm speed, getting that arm speed up nice and high, feeling soft on those legs, but making sure they're staying up nice and high and relaxed. Even if you're not using them that much, they need to be still sitting up nice and high so they're not creating extra resistance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the kick is just there for, in a 400 IM specifically, it's just there to balance, making sure that, you know, you're getting some sort of propulsion from it, but that's not your main drive. Your main drive is sort of from your arms, making sure you're looking all the way up, minimizing drag, like you said, and making sure your hips are up high, just so you can save up, you know, energy for that 100 breaststroke. That's very leg-driven stroke.
So Kira's now extended her lead out to 2 seconds over Julia in this first 50 of the backstroke. So both of these swimmers had an entry time of 5:45, within 0.03 of a second of each other, actually. So we expect to see a tight race here, and it does look like that is eventuating as we're got 15 metres left of our backstroke, and it's only a body length between them, with Kira doing a good job of trying to keep that tempo up nice and high in her backstroke. Head moving around a little bit, so that's obviously something that she can work on with her coach. As Julia is maintaining that body length and a half behind as we move through for our backstroke to breaststroke turns. So it's just under 2 seconds at the end of our backstroke leg as we move into our breaststroke.
So I would assume that a lot of these swimmers would sort of adopt a very 200 breaststroke approach to this 100 breaststroke in a 400 IM. You don't want to spend too much because, you know, you've just swum 100 fly and 100 backstroke, but you've also got 100 freestyle left to do.
Yeah, you need to attack your breaststroke in your medley, but making sure you're doing it in a skillful manner. And it does look like that Kira's maintaining that gap she had over Julia, both of them keeping that stroke nice and long as they're driving forward off those legs. So Kira turns in a 3:32.4. Again, maintaining that 2 second margin over Julia, but a nice strong split stroke from Julia has moved her within a body length, and she's now looking like she's really trying to make a move in this second 50 of this breaststroke. She's pulled almost up alongside Kira, just in that first 25 metres from 2 seconds behind. She's come up to nice and even and start to pull ahead with 25 metres to go here of our breaststroke leg. So Julia's now pulled out almost a body length lead over Kira with 15 metres left to swim in our breaststroke. Julia's doing a really good job of keeping that stroke nice and long, driving off her legs, stretching tall as we're about to turn into our freestyle. So Julia leads through. Nice strong dolphins and coming up straight onto those legs, which is great to see. It's always a temptation to build into that freestyle leg in the 400 IM when you have to really attack it from this first 50.
Yeah, Julia increasing her lead there.
As we spoke about earlier, that transition from breaststroke to freestyle, if you do have a lead, suddenly the gap is wider. The time margin's no different, but the gap suddenly appears to be a lot wider, and that's almost a little bit of a mental boost as Julia leads through the 350-metre turn. And looks like both swimmers are on track for nice PBs here. As I mentioned earlier, their entry times are a 4:45, and they look like they're going to swim well and truly under that as Julia continues to extend away in this freestyle leg. She's got 25 metres left to swim. She's brought on her legs nicely for this whole last 100s, keeping that tempo up nice and high. As she's pulled out to almost a 10-metre lead over Kira. She comes into touch in a time of 5:33.97.
Yeah, that's a nice 12-second PB for her.
With Kira also swimming at 4.5-second PB. As we now move along to event 145, our boys 15 years 400-metre individual medley. Again, this is a time final, so Heat 1 will be swum this morning, with Heat 2 being swum tonight. So our fastest 10 athletes, so all of our athletes would have had to report this morning. So we've had a little bit of a lane readjustment here. Because potentially Eugene 2, who was meant to be swimming in lane 4, has been progressed into the final heat. So we have Archer Lark in lane 3, Tom Erhardt in lane 5, and Adam Effney in lane 6. And it is Archer Lark who is going to lead through this opening 50 of our butterfly with Adam as they turn through in a 31.
Very fast split for a first 50 for a 400 IM. 31. It'll be interesting to see what he does with his backstroke, Archer.
So Adam has now pulled ahead in this second 50 and is out to almost a body length lead. So he's been able to maintain that rhythm. Laverton Wyndham swimmer in lane 6 as he maintains his pressure in this butterfly leg with 15 metres left to swim. As we were talking about earlier, you want to try to get through this butterfly leg as fast as you can, but it's feeling almost like you haven't done anything by the time you turn into backstroke. So Adam turns through first in a 109.31, ahead of Archer and Tom in third.
Yeah, so Adam looked comfortable in the butterfly. He's looking comfortable in the backstroke now.
So he's doing a good job, keeping that tempo up nice and high. While he's kicking, he's not being hard on his legs. He's kicking them, but he's not, over-stressing them. As Archer's maintaining a body length behind in second place. So Adam's working towards his backstroke turn at the far end of the pool now. Having concluded half his backstroke leg, he's maintaining a 2.5-second lead over Archer, with Tom sitting in third. So relaxed tempo from Adam here in the backstroke. But it seems to be working for him as he's pulled out to a 2 body length lead now over Archer in this second 50. So he's gradually been increasing his lead. After that, they were together at the 50-metre mark of the butterfly. So Adam turns through the 200 and a 228.4, leading over Archer, with Tom still sitting in third. Again, we've got a great view of those backstroke to breaststroke turns via our Hawkeye camera. That Hawkeye camera is helping us, if any, as our backup timekeepers in case the touchpads don't work, and is also being allowed to be reviewed by our technical officials So this is a world first in swimming with the Hawkeye technology that we have here in Victoria, that it is synced time-wise to the timing system so that it can provide backup timing.
Yeah, so leading us here, Adam, he's been leading from the start. So we've seen him swim comfortably in the butterfly. We've seen him also keep the lead in the backstroke, and now to the breaststroke, he's increasing his lead.
Yeah, so he's now out to about an 8-metre lead over Archer in this breaststroke leg, with Tom starting to make a move to catch up to Archer and Adam in this breaststroke leg. So Tom from Ballarat Gold is our strongest breaststroker in the field, and he's now pulled himself alongside Archer in second with 15 metres still left to go in our breaststroke. He's trying to reduce that margin to Adam, who's been leader from the start. So Adam will still lead into our freestyle with a much reduced margin that he had over Tom as we turn into our freestyle leg now. Adam doing a really good job to get those onto those legs straight away from the beginning of his freestyle, and is now to re-establish his lead. Now making his move is Archer Lark, who's coming back into second place ahead of Tom. So Adam has maintained that 5-6 metre lead over Archer for most of this race, and he still has that here through the first 50 metres of freestyle. So he goes to his final turn, leading by 4 seconds over Archer, with Tom sitting in third. So he's starting to bring those legs in nice and strongly in this last 50, Adam. Really working those legs, getting support from his teammates with 15 metres left to swim as he comes underneath the flags and comes into the wall to touch in a 5:13.70 to take off 8 seconds from his entry time. Archer in a 5:18, just over his entry time, with Tom coming in third. We're continuing our theme in our 400 metre individual medleys as we progress on to event 146 now, our girls 14 years 400 metre individual medley. We have 2 heats. The fastest heat will be swam tonight in the final sessions, as these are timed finals, with heat 1 behind the blocks. So in lane 4, we have Matilda Chaffee, and in lane 5, Lucy Crouch.
Yeah, good underwater there from Lucy Crouch. But leading there is Matilda.
So our Victorian record stands at a 4:55.72, set by Tara Kinder in 2018. Our all-comers record was set by a former Dolphin, Samantha Hamill, at 4:55.78. So for those unfamiliar, Victorian all-comers record means the fastest time swum in Victoria, whereas obviously our Victorian record can be set by a Victorian anywhere in the world, whereas our Victorian all-comers record can be set by anyone, but it must be in Victoria. As Matilda leads through this butterfly leg by a body length and a half over Lucy. Again, both these swimmers have not very similar entry times, so hopefully we have a good race here, with Matilda have an entry time of 5:48.24 and Lucy of 5:46.57. But it is going to be Matilda who leads after the butterfly as she transitions into her backstroke, 1:18.35, 4.5 seconds clear of Lucy.
Yeah, a 1:18 split there is really fast for 400 IM. I mean, her lead's increasing in the backstroke as well, so it's interesting to see. A lot of swimmers don't have, they either have one or the other in terms of backstroke or breaststroke when it comes to weak strokes. But looking here, it looks like Matilda's strong. Well, she looks strong in the butterfly. She's looking strong in the backstroke. It'll be interesting to see what her breaststroke's like.
So she's done a good job of maintaining that good tempo for this first 50 of backstroke. The temptation is after 100 butterfly to go into a bit of recovery mode. But she's done a good job of maintaining that rhythm and tempo here and maintaining that nice lead of 8 metres over Lucy Crouch. So she's being soft on those legs as we spoke about. You can see that she's kicking, but not overly working those legs and just trying to keep that consistent tempo going with her arms. So she's maintaining that 8 metre lead that she has over Lucy as she makes her way towards her backstroke to breaststroke turn. She leads through here in 2:47.19. And that leads now out to 6.5 seconds over Lucy. So we're moving on to our breaststroke leg. And so the first 15 metres of our breaststroke, Matilda has done a good job of maintaining her tempo and really driving off those legs. Squeezing tall between every stroke she does.
Yeah, it looks like she's keeping her lead in front. But I'm surprised there's a slight increase in the stroke rate there.
As we see Lucy working her way down this first 50 of breaststroke as Matilda makes her turn at the 250 metre mark. So it's down to 5 metre gap, but that's still going to be around that 6 second mark. 5.5 seconds through the 250 metre turn. So Matilda leads. Lucy is starting to make a little bit of inroads here in this breaststroke leg. So the margin is reducing here as Lucy's doing a really good job of keeping the distance in her stroke and driving off those legs as she chases down Matilda. Matilda's got a much higher tempo going in this breaststroke leg and is going to lead into our freestyle leg, but with a reduced margin than when she started her breaststroke leg. So Matilda works her way into the wall with 5 metres left to swim in breaststroke and turns through in a 4:29.74. And she leads over Lucy, and that margin obviously extends again as she had that increase in speed through that transition into our freestyle. So both swimmers are doing a really good job of keeping that kick going nice and strong here in the opening 50 of our freestyle leg. So Matilda maintaining that 5 metre lead over Lucy with 55 metres to swim here in heat 1 of our time final of the girls' 14 years 400 metre individual medley. So she turns through with that 4 second lead with 50 metres to swim.
Yeah, she's led from start to finish. This is hers to win. Matilda will touch in first, Lucy Crouch in second. Matilda's entry times are 5:48 and Lucy's 5:46. About 15 metres left here.
So they're going to be right on those times as they're fighting in for the last 15 metres. Matilda's got 5 metres left to swim as she comes underneath the flags, try and get her head down all the way into the wall, which she does. She comes in 5:49.61 with Lucy finishing in second.
So just a second there above her PB.
We're now moving on to our final event of this morning's heat session, event 147, our boys 14 years 400 metre individual medley. We have one heat being swum this morning with our fastest second heat being swum this evening during the final session. And it does look like our full complement. No, not quite our full complement. We've got 8 of our 9 athletes who had entering the pool. Our Victorian record stands at a 4:33.27, set back in 2012 by Nicholas Gronwalt, who is always a very strong swimmer in the backstroke and medley events through those age group ranks. In lane 4, it is Brodie Cargill who's going to lead through in this first 25 metres of butterfly and hold that lead through the 50 but a nice even start across the field here.
It's going to be lane 6. Yep, lane 6. Thomas Neal leads us there, 32-2. I think he's starting to pull away just a little bit.
A nice strong turn there from Thomas. Landed on a full stroke and used that momentum to keep himself going through his turn in that second 50. Now making his way back up alongside Thomas is Brodie, and in lane 2, Austin. So those three are going stroke for stroke, with Brodie taking over the lead with Austin with 5 metres to go now, butterfly. As they make way through into their backstroke now, it is Austin who leads just ahead of Brodie, with Thomas in third. So Brodie's nice strong dolphins underwater, and he comes up in the lead after that backstroke underwater phase.
Yeah, looks like backstroke is Brodie's forte here.
Yeah, so Brodie has pulled out a body length ahead of Austin and Thomas halfway through our backstroke as we approach the backstroke turn at the 50-metre start end of the pool.
So that is Brodie in first.
So Thomas is in second and Austin in third. So Brodie's doing a really good job of keeping that tempo up on his arms here in his backstroke leg. So you really want to make sure you're keeping that tempo nice and high in backstroke, which he's doing, as he's pulled out to almost a 2 body length lead with 15 metres to go in the backstroke part of our 400-metre individual medley. So Brodie leads as he comes into his backstroke to breaststroke turn, and he touches first in a 2:32 with Thomas in second and Austin in third. I think that was off Brodie's feet there, so the margin was actually a little bit bigger than that, what the scoreboard made it look through that 200-metre turn. And Brodie does look like he's doing a really good job in the first 25 metres of breaststroke to be really attacking his breaststroke leg and maintaining that lead he set up in the backstroke.
Yeah, you can see him. He's really charging up that kick after he finishes extending his arms in front. So looking strong. His backstroke was really good. His breaststroke's looking very nice. You can really see the value extracted from that powerful kick. He's not rushing it. He's taking his time with it, but he's also getting a lot of distance at the same time. So that's Brodie in first, and then Thomas second at the wall.
So Thomas is now pulled into a clear second with a nice tight battle developing between Austin and Hugo for third and fourth. But Brodie has continued to extend his lead here in his breaststroke leg as he keeps driving off those legs. Thomas is doing a nice job in second to pull away from that battle for third between Austin and Hugo, and now starting to join in that battle for third is in lane 8, Alfie Graves. But it will be Brodie who turns into the freestyle first, with Thomas in second and Hugo Munro from South Gippsland Bass in third. So Brodie's straight onto those legs again in his freestyle as he starts to pull away from the field with 75 metres left to swim. Thomas is comfortably in second as those two are well clear of the rest of the field, with Hugo Munro a body length clear of in that nice tight battle for third with Austin Bartlett and Alfie Graves.
Yeah, coming into this last 50, it's all Brodie's to win here. Looks like it's Thomas's second that's locked in, but it's a battle for third. Like you said, lanes 2, 3, and lanes 8.
So Brodie is doing a really good job. He had an entry time of 5:15.26. With 25 metres to swim, he's really brought those legs in, got that tempo up, and it looks like he's going to take some time off that personal best of his entry time. Thomas is comfortable in second, with Hugo holding on to third, fighting off a charge from Austin. But it is Brodie who takes this heat out in a 5:11.27 in a nice personal best time. Thomas in second, with Hugo Munro finishing third. And in fourth place, it is Alfie Graves, who just gets the touch ahead of Austin Bartlett.
I want to mention this is a 10-second PB for Thomas there. It's a huge amount of time cut off. And a 4-second PB for Brody coming into the wall now. Oliver Kingston, 5:42.
So on behalf of Ahmed, I'd like to thank you for joining us here for our Day 4 morning heat session at the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships on Kayo Freebies. And for now, goodbye, and we look forward to seeing you at 5:30 this evening for this final session.